Hi there, my name is Kenon Bae, the co-founder of Mwalimu Biashara Limited, where we help organizations achieve three things. We help you make more money, grow your money, and protect your money. But then sometimes in the journey of an SME, you get tired. You have the right ideas, you wake up every morning to go, create value in your organization. Sometimes then you feel you don't get the right support. That's why it's so exciting to have this initiative from Old Mutual that will help you plug that problem in your business. Join us on the 27th of August from 7 in the morning to 10 in the morning. That is on the official YouTube channel for Old Mutual. See you on the inside.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Namo, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Sandbox International. Sandbox is a business accelerator that works with entrepreneurs just to help them through the different challenges of trying to grow and scale their businesses. And so we bring together many different professional service providers who are entrepreneurs themselves under one roof to help Kenyan entrepreneurs to grow and scale their businesses. Today I'm very excited about what Old Mutual is doing. We have something very exciting coming up where on the 27th of August between 7 o'clock in the morning and 10 a.m. on the Old Mutual YouTube page, we shall be launching something very exciting and transformational that is going to change the lives of entrepreneurs here in Kenya. So I'm looking forward to it, and make sure you're there on that morning with us as we see what we have in store for us.
Online ghostwriting company for thought leaders. Now, I've been an entrepreneur for the last 17 years, and guys, it's been amazing, but it's also had its challenges. One of them for me was actually just not being able to have access to mentors and people to seek advice from, and whenever I had problems, right? And that's why, guys, I am so excited about the Old Mutual initiative that's being launched. Guys, see you there.
Hello, my name is Chris Odongo. I'm the CEO of Wild International and a co-founder of the Sandbox. At Wild International, we are very passionate about working with business owners to help them grow and succeed in their businesses. This is because we believe that SMEs are the engine of growth for the economy. We support business owners through business coaching, strategic planning, and access to finance programs. Today, we are proud to partner with the Old Mutual Group to bring to you a set of initiatives that are aimed at helping you grow and achieve the success that you have been wanting. Join us on Tuesday, 27th of August from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. on the Old Mutual YouTube channel and watch as we unveil this amazing initiative and tools. We are excited to partner with Old Mutual to bring you these resources that can see your business grow and achieve the excellence you deserve. Thank you.
Have you ever thought about the word mutual? Mutual respect, mutual admiration, mutual interests, mutual benefits. It's a little word with big meaning because it describes a state of commonality, of shared experiences or beliefs, and of close relationships. For us at Old Mutual, The word mutual is much more than just a part of our name. It's a promise we make to those we serve. Through our core business activities of gathering capital, investing it on behalf of our customers, and transferring risk, we are working to create a more socially inclusive, resource-efficient, and low-carbon future for all our stakeholders. And it's this that makes us the first choice financial partner for millions of Africans. We understand what is important to people and businesses on the continent and what challenges they face. And they trust us to help them overcome those challenges, protect what is important, and transform their dreams into reality, while constantly evolving how we deliver on our purpose and keep our promises. The reason why we do it is the same today as it was almost 2 centuries ago: to become our customers' first choice to sustain, grow, and protect their prosperity, by offering a range of integrated financial services that truly meet the needs of our customers throughout their lifetime, enabling entrepreneurship, embracing diversity and inclusion, supporting financial well-being, and delivering quality education and skills development, so that together we can do great things every day.
We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet.
So it's open for all. Karibuni.
Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing.
Keep on blessing me. Thank you, 'cause you keep on blessing.
With admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people
umeniweza kila siku furahisha roho yangu, unanitesa, umenishika na upendo wako, umeniweza. Every day I fall in love with you more, unanitesa, with everything that you've done for me. I will never let you go, my feelings zangu I will let you.
to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you to do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today.
We have like 10 minutes before we officially start. You can top up on your coffees just for less than in the next 10 minutes. We'll be starting shortly. You can keep chewing.
We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all, and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures, because we understand in life the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life. And this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life. And this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most are within reach when we unlock possibilities for you too. Do great things every day. Call us today on 0711 065 100. We all want to preserve great moments in life. And this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all and changes that make life much easier to handle. This wonderful change is meant to connect our futures. Because we understand in life, the things that you desire the most.
1, 2. All right. If at this point you're still eating, no one is judging. You can keep on chewing. Just minimize the interaction with the plate and the fork so it doesn't become so loud and a sound effect. But welcome to the SME Roundtable launch. We're so honored that all of you are here. My name is Nyawira Gashugi. I will be your host, moderator, and the person who constantly comes on this mic and tells you to engage with the person next to you. So in the famous words of these Kenyan people, Zoea is sauti, isn't it? Fantastic. So we're so happy that all of you are here. I'm just going to give us a bit of housekeeping before we start. If you would like to use the washrooms, they are straight outside after the registration desk. You will take a left and then go straight up. You'll see a beautiful sign written washrooms. That's where they are. We are on...
So that together we can do great things every day.
Check that out. We'll take our picture with each other a bit later. It will be awkward if you're smiling with spinach in your mouth. They're like, oh my gosh, what's happening? So we'll take that later. But if you want to post any content online, please use the hashtag SME Roundtable. All right? And we will be happy to see, Old Mutual SME. So please let's use that hashtag and not any other. And yeah, great. At this point in time, I'm sure many of you know why you're here, but it would be nice to also know a deeper reason as to why we're here. I'm going to be inviting Dominic to come up so that we can have a small conversation with him about the SME Roundtable. Let's appreciate him as he comes up. Welcome, Dominic. Is it on? There we go.
Good morning. Good morning. How's the breakfast? It's good, right? So, is it insured? So everything is insured. Everything you eat is insured in case something happens, right?
We all
But it's insured.
It's made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities.
The biggest thing that has ever happened,
Refusing to believe the undoable,
in the SME
but
space,
always
everybody thinks
embracing
they
the
understand SMEs, right?
unthinkable.
I think some of you have attended a lot of
Always
SMEs
glued
events.
to the possibilities
However,
of great
what we are
futures,
doing now, we are just
embracing
trying
challenges
to
with
listen
admired hope.
and launch a sort of a
A
forum.
group of good people
So this forum is
ready
more
to
of
give you a push
okay, we
as
think we know
they
you,
create,
but we don't know you.
build, and support
But
platforms
tell
that
us what
steady our
you
feet.
want. And I was telling you a good story of when we talk of SME, many people think about access of finance, right? But are you aware that even raising fund is part of...
1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay.
When you said money, it got a bit tense.
Yeah, I think so.
It's coming on.
Okay.
Okay. They're putting it
Don't
on.
speak about money, right?
You don't go money. Money is the issue.
Yeah. So, yeah, I was saying when we talk of access to finance, most SMEs will think about how to get the loans, right?
Yeah.
But the aspect of how can you raise funds also? How are you investor ready? And our MD at the investment will be talking to us about how do you make your business ready for investment, right? Not only taking loans, but also it's part of raising funds. Yeah.
So what's the current, are you able to paint a picture of how SMEs are looking in the country currently? Is there hope? Are we hitting a miss? What do you feel?
I'll be lying if I tell you I have an answer, right?
Okay.
Yeah, but I think on my own opinion is SMEs, they're doing well. Since COVID,
Yeah.
I think after COVID, we still survived. And who is making us to survive? I think it's not the government, right?
That's right. Fact.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the SMEs. Yeah. So, yeah, there's a huge, how can I say, there's a bright future about the SMEs.
Yeah.
And what SMEs basically needs, there are only three things,
Yes.
which I've talked about, one of it, the access to finance, risk management, and financial literacy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. So, quick question. Old Mutual has some products that are tailored also in the favor of SMEs. Could you tell us a bit about them?
Yeah, we don't sell products at Old Mutual.
Okay.
Yeah, so one of the key things is that we don't talk about products.
Okay.
We talk about the solution that basically our SMEs are looking for.
Okay.
And that's why when you come in, we don't tell you purchase X and Y products. We are telling you, the way we look at you,
Yeah.
I think you have 10 staffs, 15 staffs, eh? So why can't you take over a solution that in case of permanent total disability of your staff, we sort you out. Yeah? And I think most of us are aware of when you are in the office and then one of your colleagues loses their loved ones. So what happens? You basically do what? You basically form a WhatsApp group, right?
Yeah.
And even, I think WhatsApp group knew this, and they introduced something after 2022. And they say, before you invite me, I must do what?
Send a request.
I must accept. Because there is something called fatigue, right? So there is a fundraising fatigue. And that's why when we look at that SME, the first thing we are looking at is basically which solution do we give out. So at Old Mutual, we don't sell products.
Okay, you
We customize based on even you. I think we can insure you, right?
Yeah, that's true. It may be a bit expensive, but no one is saying it. But there's a lot of hope in this area, right?
Yeah.
What is your greatest desire for what this forum is going to eventually become? What would you like to see?
So the biggest desire for Old Mutual is basically instead of us coming up with solutions, thinking what we know, as I've said, is based on these forums. We are able to customize. We are able to continue customizing solutions, even if it ends up more into the loan facilities that our MD at Faulu will be speaking about. It needs to be that customization. So where we are looking at this forum to be, we are looking at a point where on this forum we shall have customized solutions for basically the SMEs. And even the access to finance, like which partners can we bring on board, be it the GIZ of this world, be it the MasterCard of this world. How can we customize these solutions for these SMEs that are on this forum? So yes, so it's more of an ecosystem we are trying to build. You can look at it like having a WhatsApp group, where if we want to talk to you, we just say hi and everybody sees us.
Yeah. Okay, I like that. WhatsApp is such an easy relation. Some of us, it's a bit triggering. I can see you just, WhatsApp again? But lastly, in closing, Dominic, what would be your call to action for all the SMEs that are in this room today? What would you tell them to do today, in this moment now?
Yeah, I think I'll just do a small skit where, how many of you, their houses are more than 500,000? Your TV,
rent or ownership?
No,
the value?
Not rent.
Okay.
500,000.
Don't worry, we're
I
not
know
yet
the
live.
people
We
from
are
our
not yet
side, you know,
live.
the people from our side,
Okay.
the assets are so expensive. So the TV, the what. So how many of you have TVs that are worth 200,000, 150? Okay. The phones on the table. The phones on the table. So am I talking to our people?
Yeah.
Am I talking to Kenyans? So the phones that...
They can't. They think we're live. Don't worry, we're not live. Your landlord isn't watching.
The phones that you have, I think on the table, you'll find out that the people that have 3 eyes phones, I think you know what I'm talking about. They will always put the phone.
Absolutely. We've worked too hard.
And when they make a call, what do they do? They do like this, right? So that phone, when it gets damaged, that phone you have basically spent, example, how much? Around 70,000, right? When it gets damaged, the screen gets damaged. Do you know even to repair that phone, it will cost you more than even 20,000, right?
Yeah.
So what will happen? As we talk of wealth creation, as we talk of you as an SME concentrating on key things that you are doing, what will happen? You'll go back to your pockets and basically do what? Pay.
Yes.
The other example is during the floods, many people didn't know about home insurance, right?
Yeah.
And then the houses were flooded. And people were like, why should I take home insurance? Now, your household items are more than 800,000 without you knowing. So when everything happens, you don't have home insurance. So what happens? You start being a beggar. So my call to action is, let whatever we are doing not be one step away from poverty. Hello? Am I getting each other? Or can I say, praise God? So don't let whatever you're doing be one step from
Poverty.
poverty.
Yeah.
So whatever we are doing now, we are saying, as much as we are talking of access to finance,
Yeah.
risk mitigation is one of the biggest thing
Yeah.
in the SME. And SME, you are just one step away from poverty, right?
Yeah.
Or from going back to seek for another loan.
Yeah.
So that's why I think we are here. And that's my
Yeah.
call to action.
Yeah.
Don't let one event
Destroy it.
take you back to a starting point as a startup.
Oh,
Thank you.
fantastic. Thank you. Let's appreciate him. The passion he has for SMEs is quite clear, isn't it? Time and he won't get closer to the person asking him questions. Let's go to where they are. Great. So I would like us to turn our attention to the screen as we do a little bit of engagement. We have our Mentimeter that is going to be on. Yes, if you could just take out your phone and scan the QR code on the screens, then we can go step by step as we take you through the questions. So please scan the QR code. You can't scan with your phone in your pocket. So I'm just staring you down until you do. Excellent. There we go. There are some that are printed on the table. In case you can't see the screen, please, there's a QR code on every table. You can scan the QR code, and then we can go step by step. So, great. Fantastic. Have you at least scanned it? Okay, great. So the first question is, do you know Old Mutual? And I think that's an important question. It's not do you know the brand, but do you know Old Mutual, right? We are all here. I hope everybody has managed to scan. There are QR codes on the table in case you can't access the screen from where you are. Great. So the first question is, I see some people are really answering. Well done, well done. The second question, have we all answered? Not yet. I'm only seeing 39 responses of 100 people. My DJ, you can play some music. People, it's giving exam room, eh? Great. We can go to the next question, which would be, what do you know about Old Mutual, isn't it? Be as detailed as possible in your responses. Not that, hiya, I said I know them. So please just write in detail. Great. I hope some of you are really typing. There's a limit to the words. Please don't go overboard. We're like, the first day I met Old Mutual. It's like a composition. The next question would be, we can go next, yes, thank you. How do you classify your organization? And there are some categories there. Some of you are corporate. Please note that this is not a faith answer, not where do you see yourself in the future, but currently, how do you classify your organization? Some of you are like, yeah, I can't write any. There's no dollar organization here. No, just write what's in the categories, okay? So some of you are non-governmental, some are incubator, some are government, some are entrepreneurs, some are corporate. Please just fill out the appropriate category. Some of you don't exist because I don't see all the responses here. Please make sure you fill them out. Yes, thank you. Let's keep at it. Let's give that a few seconds and then we can proceed. So if you haven't filled it out, please just look at your neighbor and tell them, yeah, you're not feeling. Make sure that they tell you. Make sure that they're feeling. You never know who's next to you. So this is a good place to know, yeah, this is what you really do. So how would you classify your organization? Okay? And then we can move to the next question. Have you had sleepless nights because of your business? Some of you can't lie. We've seen how you're looking this morning. Have you had some sleepless nights? Look, everybody, yes. Please go ahead. The one who's written no, don't worry. We can have you on the panel. So please just write to us and tell us. I want to see a good representation of the room. So please make sure you tell us if you have had sleepless nights because of your business. And the one you're currently in, not the one you're dreaming of, isn't it? Yeah. Have you had sleepless nights because of your business? This one is a bit sad, so if your neighbor gets a bit teary, don't mind them. The times are tough. Please make sure you fill it out completely, please. Yeah. Some of you are like, I don't know if it's sleepless, I don't know whether I've slept, I don't know what sleep is anymore. The answer should be yes. Some of you are saying, I have sleepless nights, but I sleep during the day because that's when I find a bit of peace. Write sleepless nights as well. You're in that category. If you're wondering what sleepless nights are, you're in the category of yes. Yeah? You're not okay, okay? So fill it out in clarity. Great. I think we can go to the last question, if I'm not wrong. Excellent. Do you feel your business needs are supported by corporates? No! Everybody has just jumped there. But please, let's be honest in our feedback. Let's go there. Hey, the no's are really knowing, eh? Let's go. Okay, thank you, Jesus. There are some yeses. Let's keep it going. Some of you are wondering whether they actually know whether you exist. That could mean that it's no. There we go. Let's keep at it. Okay, there's some hope there. Just a few more seconds, then we can see. Okay, I think we are good to go. So it's good to know who's in the room. It's important for us to know that you're here, maybe you have had a sleepless night. It's just a hard time, yeah? So I'd like you to turn to the person next to you and tell them, welcome. Tonight we are meant to sleep, okay? The success of this breakfast is for you to find sleep. Tell them. Some of them are looking like, where? Hard times have been my portion. Turn to them, tell them, please, tonight you must sleep. And make sure you know who they are and text them good night today, all right? And they text you back good night too. It's our little code word in case you know. Great. As you do that, please, if you could just turn to the person next to you. If you know them, more than likely you do. I've seen how you've been chewing around them. My assumption is you know them. Please turn to the person behind you. Tell them good morning. Welcome them to the launch today. We're going to be interacting a lot today, so please turn to them. Ask them who they are and what they do. Yeah? Who are you and what do you do? If you're on a table where you know somebody, that's a red flag. You can walk around for all of 2 minutes. Walk around, say hi to somebody. Ask them, hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. Who are you and what do you do? You never know, you never know. Great. Fantastic, fantastic. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Don't ever tell people to network at the beginning of the event. They listen to you and they feel like, there we go, there we go. Great. Fantastic. Please note that you will need to get to know the person next to you even more as we continue, because we'll have a bigger opportunity to network and get to know each other. It was just who are you and what do you do? The answer cannot have been that long, people. Some of you are like, okay, so today morning, imagine nilichelewa juu ya jam. Schools have opened. Listen. There we go. There we go. Fantastic. So at this point in time, I would like to invite a gentleman we absolutely love. He's extremely passionate about the SME story and the SME journey. Here in Kenya, I have been honored to be in spaces where I've had him speaking passionately and challenging people deeply. I would like us to put our hands together as we invite Chris Odongo from Wild International. Let's appreciate him as he comes up. A man can't look that smart and you don't clap for him, surely.
Thank you so much. And you forgot to say on brand. Clearly, no, we love our partners, and I'm always instructed by Robert to wear partners brand colors. So, yes, and I obey. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chris Odongo. Serve as the CEO at Wild International, where we are very passionate about working with SMEs and entrepreneurs. And I'd like to say that it gives me great pleasure to stand here in front of you to give these very brief remarks. Let me first start by acknowledging all the SMEs and entrepreneurs who are here. If you're seated next to an SME and entrepreneur, please just give them a high five and tell them, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You are, yes. You remember the 5 economic pillars: asset, land, capital, entrepreneurship, and labor. Yeah. So for me, that was one of my favorite subjects in high school, studying commerce and understanding those things. And I chose to work closely with entrepreneurs. And so for me, great pleasure and great honor because of entrepreneurs. I'd also like to acknowledge the CEO, Group CEO of Old Mutual Kenya, Mr. Arthur Oginga, who will be speaking later, MD Old Mutual Life, Laureen Makwanya, MD Old Mutual Investment Group, Anthony Withiga, and MD Old Mutual General Insurance, Japheth Ogola. It's because of their commitment to working with SMEs that we are here, because we want to share this table and this podium and tell entrepreneurs and ecosystem builders who have come today that we are here to make sure that SMEs can succeed. Obviously, I also want to acknowledge all our partners who have come. Thank you so much for making time to join us on this very, very auspicious occasion where we'll be launching an SME roundtable, which continues as part of our commitment at Wild International of working with SMEs. Because we know, and we are part of a village called the Sandbox. And we say at the Sandbox, it takes a village to grow a business. And today we are here because we want to gather together another village that can bring an ecosystem of support for SMEs. So my remarks are going to be very brief, and I'm just going to say this. When we started working with SMEs a long time ago, yeah, Wild is this year 20 years old, you know, yeah, yes. And when our journey started with young people. We said that we want to empower young people. We want to make them succeed in the workplace. And that is why we have Y in the name Wild. That Y there stands for youth. And as we trained and empowered these young people, we realized that these young people were not just going into the workplace as the workforce or as the labor, they were beginning to go into the workplace as the creators of businesses, as entrepreneurs. And so in 2010, and I was telling this to the team earlier, we launched a program called the Greatness Business Club. And this program was about taking one-man shows, that's what we call them, into a global enterprise, making them think that and know that it's not just about opening a business to support your day-to-day needs. Because a lot of Kenyans and a lot of Africans, and I dare say even our experience in the recently launched Sandbox in Atlanta, tells us that SMEs all over the world start their businesses because they want to survive and they want to provide for themselves, to provide for their families, not because they want to dominate the world. But for us, we are challenging them and saying, it's time for you to do your business in such a way that your business can actually meet needs for those who are across the world. And today, we are bringing together this ecosystem of support because we fundamentally believe that SMEs will grow, will succeed, will thrive if they're able to be planted in a community of support. And so we told entrepreneurs in 2010, you can build a great business, you can build a global business, and you can lay the foundations for building this great business. And so that began the journey of putting together all these things. And yes, delighted, honored to today be part of this unveiling. Now, as you would know, SMEs would stumble after, they say statistically, year one, more than 90% of businesses will die. And that has to do with invalid products, invalid business models, poor market fits, and those businesses will die at that level. And then the next place where businesses die or stagnate is from year 3 all the way to year 8. At that level, they don't die, but they just enter into a plateau of not moving. And yet we want them to go beyond there and to start growing into the corporates. And earlier this morning, we were joking and saying that do not answer the question in terms of your aspirations. But SMEs have aspirations. They aspire to be big, they aspire to be great, and they aspire to do better things. And so when we launched the Greatness Business Club, it was a program that was designed to help SMEs move from one-man show to a level of global influence. It was designed to help them move from stagnation to growth. It was designed to help them begin to figure out how to scale their businesses, how to expand. And we say that we can help you put the foundations that can allow your business to exist without you, your business to run without you, and your business ultimately to be in multiple locations and in multiple branches. And of course, as you do that, some of the things that then you end up needing as an SME is risk management, insurance solutions, and that is again why we are here today, because we are bringing onto this entire place of, onto this ecosystem, things that SMEs need around risk mitigations, around investments, around insurance, and we are happy to partner with the Old Mutual Group to bring these amazing solutions to SMEs. Now, in closing, as your business becomes mature, as your business begins to go into new territories internationally, as you begin to embrace the idea of expanding beyond your borders into places like Uganda, of course that's a traditional way of thinking. We go into Uganda, we go into Tanzania, we go into, what is it called? The most recent, the most closest of our neighbors. We are again saying that no, you can expand to South Africa. Yeah, Old Mutual is there. They'll offer you services just like they're offering you here. You can expand to Europe. You can expand to America. You can expand to Asia. You can expand to China. You can expand to Russia. After all, the services that you're offering here, we know and we have seen that they are the same services that are needed elsewhere. And so there is really a lot of opportunity. And for me, I want to challenge us to begin to help the SMEs that we work with, and also even the SMEs in the room, to start thinking differently and to start challenging themselves to think higher and to see that they can actually offer the solutions at that level. And to say that together with all the partners who are here, we can actually then begin to make a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for, for honoring us with your presence on this amazing Tuesday morning. There's no maandamano, yeah? We've tried this event a few times on Tuesday, and we've had to postpone it several times. But today we are here. Now, as I close, we are here, and I'm happy we are here. But at the same time, I have to say that we still have a duty to ourselves, a duty to our children, and a duty to the future SMEs to make sure that we keep building a country that we can all be proud of. And so the cost of corruption is much, much higher than the cost of demonstrations. So let's bear that in mind, and let's encourage our younger generations to keep pushing us to make a better country, and let's commit ourselves to make a better country, because at the end of the day, for SMEs to thrive, for SMEs to grow, we do need a good space for them. Thank you very much. Let me hand over back to our very able MC. And yeah, thank you.
Let's appreciate Chris one more time. As he was speaking about Mandamana, I was looking at some of you, you're like, yeah, viva, let's go. Calm down, okay? Great. So we would like, thank you so much for your sentiments. I told you he speaks SME fluently, right? You feel like you've been heard when you hear Chris speaking. So thank you so much, Chris, and the entire Wild International team that are here. Thank you so much for enabling this to happen. Now, I've been told that there are so many of us who are watching online. So hello, everybody. We would have loved to have you here. The breakfast was great. We miss you, but thank you for joining us. Please don't leave the live feed. We have such an informative morning this day that you don't want to miss out on, all right? Yeah. So you can wave at the camera if you're near it and just say, hi, this could have been you, okay? So at this point in time, we're going to be hearing from the Old Mutual MD Life, the lovely Laureen Makwanya, who's here. Let's appreciate her as she comes up. Welcome, Laureen.
Oh, you look great from up here. Our esteemed guests, our Group CEO for Old Mutual East Africa, Arthur Oginga, different speakers here present today, our partners, customers, SME, members of management, ladies and gentlemen, a good morning to you all. This table is a bit extra, so they're saying, good morning, Laureen. Like, welcome. My job is to welcome you to this event, and it's such an honor to have you today as we launch something that is pretty exciting, we think, for SMEs. Let me just start with a few introductions. Today here we have the senior leadership of the Old Mutual Group East Africa. If I can just ask my ex-colleagues to stand up, just so that you see where the Old Mutual people are sitting, and then you can ask them questions later, if you have any. That's our team. They're very passionate about SMEs. Thank you very much. You may sit down. As you are aware, Old Mutual is a big financial services conglomerate. And today, as the program progresses, you will meet a lot of representatives from our different lines of business. We are in almost every financial services you can think of. You'll hear from our investment group, who are very passionate about investments and also investing in upcoming companies. You hear from the life business. We are passionate about you, the individual, making sure that if anything happens, then we're there to support you. You'll hear from our general insurance business, insuring your assets. We have Faulu. Some of you may not know that Faulu is a brother in our stable. So you'll hear also from Faulu. And then we have various members who are coming from our holdings company. We're really excited to be enabling the dreams of SME owners, noting that they are the backbone of this economy. At the beginning of this year, we launched an inaugural Old Mutual Financial Services Monitor, which provided some valuable insights into the financial attitudes of Kenyans. And in particular, we also got some feedback on the SME sector. There are a few things that we learned from that I just wanted to share with you this morning. We learned that half of Kenyan consumers own businesses or are business owners, and they exhibit a strong sense of self-reliance, and they primarily fund their ventures through personal savings, personal investments. The other thing that we learned through this financial services monitor is that when the SMEs seek external funding, they tend to rely on chamas, and only 13% of business owners secure their financing from financial services providers. A quarter of business owners borrow for unexpected expenses such as medical bills, education, household maintenance, and 1 in 5 business owners are struggling financially. But what was very encouraging in that research is that there's a lot of optimism around. 8 in 10 business owners believe that the financial situation will improve within the next 6 months. But we also learned that 2 in 3 businesses are still making less now than they made prior to the COVID pandemic. We also learned that while nearly 4 in 5 business owners believe in the importance of preparing for retirement and other things, only 2 in 10 are actually doing anything about it. And a significant portion are hoping that their children will take care of them in old age. Most business owners do not offer employee benefits, and we seem to have a struggle in understanding the implications on talent attraction, succession, and general financial well-being. Now, the last one will surprise you. 4 in 10 business owners are willing to take above average or substantial financial risks in the hope for a return. They take the risks, they understand, they're not mitigating it, but they're hoping that things will work out well. The full report is on our website and you can look at it, but after going through these insights, it was clear to us as Old Mutual that we have a lot to contribute to the success of SMEs. We wanted to become part of the solutions. In particular, their financing challenges. In our stable, we have Faulu, as I said, we have the investment group, and they do some private equity. We know that we can definitely contribute to that. We wanted to reduce the risks that the businesses are exposed to. Our comprehensive insurance packages protect both the assets of the business as well as the employees of the businesses. And they're flexible enough to meet businesses where they currently are. We also believe that we can actually make SMEs attractive employers by helping them structure the right employee benefits. In this world, talent is now a war. I'm sure all of you have read about the war for talent and everything. Attracting the right people that are going to take your business to the next level is very important, and it's something that we know we can participate in. We also wanted to contribute to businesses that go the distance. I think Chris spoke very well into that. Businesses that go global, businesses that build a legacy, businesses that become part of the retirement solution. So, as we looked at this, we thought Old Mutual is not going to be just a service provider, but we can actually come and play and be a key partner in the success of SMEs. Now, having said that, please allow me to invite my group CEO, Mr. Arthur Oginga, to launch this exciting journey for us. Arthur, please, you can come up.
Good morning, everyone. I think Loreen was right. Sitting up here is a vantage point of view. You can see very vibrant and colorful people. Very pleased to be here this morning, our esteemed guests, partners, speakers, customers, members of management, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to all of you. It's an immense pleasure to be here this morning. There's somebody on the X platform who refers to himself as Mr. Optimist. I'm sure some of you must have come across his handle. But I think based on what Loreen was telling us and the report from our financial services, Old Mutual Financial Services Monitor, we probably have the most optimistic people in the room today, because the report tells us that SMEs or business owners are some of the most optimistic people in this country. So it's a pleasure to be here sitting amongst optimists. Insurance can be a bit, so great to be here this morning. Loreen has given us quite a number of statistics which kind of get us thinking and jogging our minds as to some of the challenges that we have ahead of us. I think, for me, I'd rather look at it quite optimistically to say it's an opportunity. We talk about some challenging things about being an entrepreneur, but I think what keeps entrepreneurs going is the optimism. And as Old Mutual, I think our responsibility is to help keep that optimism high and to provide you with tools that can help you to succeed. But let me throw in a couple of more stats. Very positive. SMEs are about 80%, contribute about 80% of Kenya's employment. And that's a fact. I mean, formal employment is a dying trade. Very recently, we've been talking about the Gen Z population and how the formal employment as we know it today is becoming a bygone era for Gen Zs. SMEs contribute 33% to our GDP, and that's growing. In terms of innovation, it actually starts with SMEs. If you think of some of even the more global businesses, as is often said, started from garages. So SMEs are driving innovation. SMEs contribute to economic resilience of our nation and to our growth. They play a vital role in fostering economies and creating the multiplier effect that strengthens the economy. I spent a lot of time with the EXCO talking about agility in our businesses. But SMEs are adaptable and agile. Sometimes I wish we could split ourselves up into smaller SMEs and move a lot faster. The world is constantly shifting, and SMEs with the ability to pivot quickly are able to seize new opportunities, respond to customer needs with speed and pocket-friendly creativity. However, it's not a walk in the park. Chris talked about 90% of SMEs not getting through the first year. I have a stat here that says 70% fail within the first 3 years. I don't know what ChatGPT says, but certainly it says something about the struggles in the first part of or initial funding stages. Success to funding is a significant hurdle which frustrates ideas and potential. SMEs should be equipped with modern solutions and technologies to take advantage of the available opportunities to enable them to compete effectively, both at country and global level. Business risks like fraud, property damage, floods, supply chain disruptions, and loss of key persons are some of the risks that are rampant within SMEs. It is essential as a business to risk some of these challenges, and insurance plays this pivotal role through provision of protection and assurance. Something I've said there about de-risking, we are trying to change our vocabulary as insurers to make it very simple to understand. We use big phrases like de-risk. I say it's actually just wellness. Because when people talk about being financially sound, being financially well, it doesn't mean just growing. It also means protecting what you have. As your business grows, and I was saying to somebody this morning, as your business grows, you want to secure and protect whatever you've got. You go out, you buy a car, you just don't run with it, you insure it, right? You have children, and you start thinking about their education. You want to secure their education, right? So all of these things are wellness. Being financially well doesn't mean just having growth and money. It means securing also what you have, which some of us call de-risking. But to me, it's just simple wellness. Today, we are launching the Old Mutual SME Roundtable. This is a platform that is powered by Old Mutual. It seeks to provide the relevant support solutions and knowledge to SMEs in their journey to greatness. Hopefully, it will also teach us a couple of things. Today is not just an event, but the start of a journey. We have designed this platform to foster collaboration and partnership in this journey that we are about to embark on. I met Sandbox team, or a representative from Sandbox, about a year ago, and I was really intrigued by what they were doing. It's great that we're expanding it, beyond Sandbox and bringing the whole team from Wild together on this journey. Together with you, we will build a future where SMEs are not just surviving, but thriving. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, and we look forward to fruitful conversations and a great partnership as we work together to achieve greater success for SMEs in this country. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. So we're going to invite, he's right there already, and Laureen can also join Mr. Arthur at the unveiling of this SME roundtable. So we're launching it officially today, okay? Some of you are wondering, hey, what are they doing? They're launching it officially, okay? So this is a great place to tell you when all the pictures are going out, please make sure you tag at Old Mutual and also use the hashtag Old Mutual SME, all right? So we're doing this together, okay? So tell your neighbor, some enthusiasm is needed for this part of the program. You can't be launching and you're just looking so gloomy, surely, okay? So I'm going to ask for purposes of the video and camera that we sit down. I'll be telling you when we'll stand up and cheer, okay? And you're going to act like I didn't give it to you, so that you're going to be so excited and just stand up and cheer. For the guys online, even you can stand up and cheer in the office, okay? All right, so are we ready? So on the count, we're starting from 10. We're doing this together, okay? We do a trizex because I don't trust your enthusiasm. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, now we are talking. The higher the decibel, the better, all right? 1, 2, 3, 10. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SME Roundtable Forum. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, you can keep clapping. Thank you. Excellent, excellent. Let's smile for the pictures. There we go. Fantastic. I'm going to invite Mr. Japheth Ogola, Anthony Mwithiga, and Julia Souma to please join them so that we can take a nice group picture together. Japheth Ogola, Anthony Mwithiga, and Julia Souma. Don't worry, you can take pictures with the beautiful logo later. If you could just go closer, the better. We can take big wide smiles, karibuni. There we go. There we go. Let's fit into the picture nicely. Let's look a bit happy. On the count of 3, say SME. There we go. Big wide smiles. Fantastic. Great. Are we good? Excellent. Thank you so much. We may have our seats. We can take our seats. Mr. Arthur and Laureen, one more picture. Let's take nice wide smiles. There we go. There we go, there we go. Fantastic. Thank you so much. We may have our seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There we go. So the logo is officially out. The platform is officially launched. It is intentional that it looks like a microphone because it is conversational in nature. So conversations are useless if they're one-sided, right? Some of us are in relationships that feel that way. Be of good cheer. Today we're talking, okay? So make sure that you support what we're doing here. Please make sure that you post the picture. It's so useless on your phone. Like, we're happy you have it, but take the picture of the logo. In fact, take a picture with the person next to you right about now and tell them, I'm part of the team that was there launching the SME roundtable. Take a picture and make sure the camera is not too low. Double chins are not very flattering in pictures. So high up is important. Let's take a nice picture with the person next to you and smile. You've launched something great. We can play some music so that the pictures can have a bit of energy. You can't be staring at me unless you're taking a picture of me. Please take a picture with the person next to you. Get to know who they are and tag them as well. With the hashtag Old Mutual SME. Yes, now we're talking, Good, 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 good. If your neighbor isn't taking a picture with you, it could be because they're not smiling. So make sure you take a wide smile and take a nice picture with them. Post it. Don't keep someone's random face on your phone. Post it, tag at Old Mutual with the hashtag Old Mutual SME. Fantastic. Just a picture, not an album, okay? There we go. Great. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Congratulations. You have been officially witnesses of the biggest thing to hit Kenya today, isn't it? Yeah? So you clap for yourself. You've done so well. Thank you. There we go. If someone asks you, and what did you do to change the world today? I was part of the SME Roundtable launch. Make sure you ask them. At this point in time, I would like to invite the MD Old Mutual Investment Group, Mr. Anthony Muthika, to come and share his remarks. Let's appreciate him as he comes up.
So I invited guests, entrepreneurs, our partners, colleagues from Old Mutual. Good morning. So I'll take a few minutes to speak about investments as it relates to SMEs. It's a tough one, I must say, because all entrepreneurs I meet, they tell me investing is what I'm doing. I'm running a business. So it's always tough to have a conversation with an SME about what they wish to do other than running their businesses. So this morning I'd like to speak about 3 things about SMEs, and I'm happy to hear they do all the big things. They formally employ 80% of us in the country. And by the way, they are called a startup before they become a business. And at that stage, no one wants to look or touch them, apart from Joram. Well done. So one of the toughest things about running a small or medium-sized business is managing your cash flows, because you feel every time out of pocket. And as business owners, as entrepreneurs, it's always important to embrace certain basic investing principles just to reduce that pressure from yourselves. Because money comes in, money goes out. And for that reason, it's critical to build some highly liquid, allow me to use the jargon, fixed income investment portfolio for yourself. What does that mean? It means you need to invest in certain securities other than your business, with your business cash flows, but which serve 3 purposes. 1, they earn you some extra income as you wait to make your payments or meet your creditor obligations. Secondly, and most importantly, they help you access finance or funding whenever you need it, because they can be used as collateral, those instruments. And then thirdly, they can also be used to back certain things you do as a business. Back a bid bond, back your letters of credit if you are in an import-export business, etc. And you'll wonder, so why do I have to do that? Larger businesses have fully fledged treasury management functions. That means there's an extension of your finance office or your finance manager or your accounting team, which deals on a day-to-day basis trying to extract an extra level of income from your liquid cash. As an SME, we don't have that luxury. So what do we do? The basic thing is, of course, do it ourselves, but the easiest one is to talk to us at Old Mutual. We offer simple treasury function, which allows you not to worry about how to take care of your liquid cash. Even if it's in transitionary, you'll say, I don't want to invest this money because I'm going to need it next week to settle certain bills. No. That journey offers you opportunities in highly liquid investment, and we know them. They sound simple, but they shouldn't be part of your day-to-day as an entrepreneur. Push that away to a professional for a very manageable cost of price to do that for you. So you end up with a pot of interest-generating investments, which are, again, can be converted to cash as quickly as possible when you need the money to meet your obligations. The second thing about the enterprise, which is the SME business, which we always recommend you consider as a business owner, is what was mentioned by our friend and colleague here, Dominic. Always make your business investor ready. And being investor ready is the basics. Keep book of accounts. Protect your assets. Have some good level of governance of your business. And hang around people like Joram, who run accelerator and incubator programs, so that you know when you need a partner, and for that matter, an equity partner for your business, you're ready, you're investor ready. And being investor ready is not only getting money into your business, is also looking around yourself. Who are your closest business partners? You know, the so-called forward and backward integration. If there's an entity or a fellow SME who you rely upon for supplies, for materials, or a fellow SME who you rely upon for access to market, you can actually invest in them and they can invest in you. And that creates a chain for you and simplifies your process of becoming a bigger business. So that's the SME, that's the enterprise. But there's one very important part of entrepreneurship, is the founder herself or himself. You realize I said herself first. You have to nowadays. So is the entrepreneur herself or himself, the business owner, or the partners for the business, the vision carriers? We need to learn to invest in ourselves. My friends who are entrepreneurs, one of their happiest moments or evenings when you meet them, they say, I'm so relieved. Why? I've paid all my employees. What about you? Let's remember to take care of ourselves by paying ourselves first. We're not being selfish, but we carry the dream, we carry the vision for the business. And how do you do that? As an entrepreneur, you need to build a safety net with short-term, medium, and long-term, not high capital investments, but which protect you and your business. If you want to get more sophisticated as an entrepreneur, please speak to us. We see you as an owner of capital. We offer you private wealth management services, which allow you to now have a better sleep tonight and realize that I love my business is doing well, but if it's not there, myself and my employees will also be there. And we saw how that was tested during the COVID period. Then lastly is the people who work for us, the employees. How do they invest? How do they get assurance that you, the entrepreneur, the enterprise or the business is there? And how do we keep them so that large conglomerates and multinational organizations don't take them away? As we've been told, there's war of talent. The basic things we need to encourage our employees to invest in, first and foremost, is the basics. Just like anybody who happens to have a job. But in entrepreneurship, let's embrace it's tough, but let's embrace some level of ownership inclusion in running of the business through whichever structures we choose, ESOPs, etc. There's been no good stories about shared ownership with some level of staff, but it works. It helps you attract and retain talent. And that's one of the best investments you can offer to your employees, to remain committed to you because you align your interests with them. Of course, as the entrepreneur and your employees, there's one thing we should always remember, and we've been given the statistics here by our colleague Lorraine, that we don't believe in retirement. You know, I've been very unfortunate to work in the pension industry for the last 25 years, and I've not been lucky in convincing people saving for retirement is a good thing. It's becoming harder with the new workforce coming to it's only believed by my EXCO colleagues here who are slightly younger than me. But it's real. As an entrepreneur, there's a day you will not wake up and do what you do every day. Have a retirement plan. It may not sound attractive from an investment perspective. For example, in Old Mutual, we have an individual pension plan. Sign up your employees, or sign up for yourself, the entrepreneur. We have an umbrella pension fund. Put your employees in. Encourage them to save for retirement. It's one of the ways of starting an investing journey. You know, there's a huge difference between saving and investing. In saving, you want something to be extremely secure and available. In investing, you take a bit of risk. And there's nothing better in entrepreneurship than taking risks. We are perceived to be the higher, to show the highest tolerance to risk. So let's do that. In conclusion, access to credit or to financing is one of the most important things in entrepreneurship or in being a business owner. In fact, if you speak to any founder or a business owner, every day they are doing three things. They are looking for capital. Number two, they are looking for markets. And number three, they are worrying about their employees. There's some good news. In the factors of production, capital has really been overstated. But today, is the skills you have, is the entrepreneurship. Today, both capital and skills are following your entrepreneurial abilities. So I would really, really urge that we don't get constrained by challenges of access to credit, and for that matter, affordable credit. We are fortunate in Old Mutual, we have a company and a business through Faulu which tries to bridge that gap. We are also working on other solutions which will avail, if possible, equity capital to businesses.
But again, they have to be investor ready. Because as asset managers, we are allocators of capital, and the owners of that capital don't believe in the risks we take as business owners. In conclusion, the best investment does not exist. It's not our businesses, it's not our pension plan, it's not our savings program, but it's a diversified investment portfolio which is able to address all the basic things we dream about in a balanced way. Your business represents concentration. Please diversify. Good morning and thank you.
Let's appreciate Anthony one more time. There's been a lot of conversations about different solutions that Old Mutual offers, and I would like to let you know that it's important for you to leave here having interacted with all of these solutions. I think it goes beyond saying that they have almost answers for every area that involves all of us. Some of you have said you have sleepless nights, they have life assurance. The white light is looking closer than usual for some of us. So please make sure that you interact with all the solutions that they're offering, and we appreciate you all for such great insights that you have given. We're about to get into the panel discussion, and I'm going to just share a few rules of engagement. It's a conversation. So we're going to be allowing you to ask us as many questions as you can. Please don't hold back. Leave here feeling like you have been answered, okay? So I'm going to invite our panelists up. I'm going to read their bio. You're going to act like you don't know them. And you're going to clap extremely enthusiastically so that they can feel warm and tell you everything they know. You see, it's simple math, yeah? Great. So I'm going to introduce our first panelist, who is Mr. Julius Ouma. He is the Managing Director at Faulu Microfinance Bank. Mr. Julius has over 15 years of experience. Can you imagine 15 years of experience? That's a serious man. Julius, I have to overread so that they can call you, yeah? He has 15 years of experience in communication, finance services, and manufacturing. His extensive background, particularly in finance and strategy, equips him with expertise needed to support and empower SMEs, having led key financial and strategic initiatives across various sectors. Julius is well positioned to drive Faulu's mission of providing tailored financial solutions that help SMEs thrive. Do you want to thrive? Yes. Then appreciate Julius. There we go. Very good. Great. The next person I'm going to invite is the one and only Tony Ndongo. He's an entrepreneur, an author, a speaker, founder of Kitabu Tribe Nation Incorporated, and the host of My African Startup Story podcast, an authentic, first-hand, and filtered journey into remarkable untold stories of Africa's great entrepreneurs. Tony Ndongo is an accomplished entrepreneur in the education technology space. He is best known for his pioneering work with Kitabu, Kenya's premier digital education company, has recently expanded his impact to the realm of social finance through Tribe Nation, a digital peer-to-peer lending and group saving solution. Right? Wait, I'm not done. It gets better. No, it gets better, okay? Okay. He's passionate. Let me tell you, I was just here highlighting. He's passionate about inspiring the next wave of entrepreneurs and creators. Tony is at the forefront of redefining business norms. His achievements include him being recognized as an Eisenhower Fellow in 2018 and meeting President Barack Obama at the White House. Come on. Have you met Obama? Then clap for him. Yeah? And not on the streets asking for a selfie, in his house in 2018. Come on, let's appreciate Tony. Our next panelist is a man who's been referred to as the chief entrepreneur. All right? Let's appreciate Joram Mwinamo. He's an award-winning CEO recognized as one of 50's most influential CEOs in Kenya, and is fondly known as the chief entrepreneur in East Africa. For 15 years, that number is something, eh? He has been deeply involved in policy development, championing a better growth environment for SMEs. His work spans across 9 countries. These are across Africa and Asia. Are you in Asia? Then you should be clapping for Mr. Joram, yeah? Where he has led strategic development projects in private, social, and public sectors. He's a coach, he's a public speaker, and he's passionate about Africa and dedicated to helping people achieve their inherent greatness while enabling them to thrive, to have global influence in business, education, and life. He serves as a board member in Amnesty International and as a chair of the steering committee of the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs. You know, you're somebody, if I have to catch my breath when I'm reading your bio, isn't it? God, some of us need to go and edit ours, all right? The next lady I'm about to introduce is Miss Lillian Okado. She is a serial entrepreneur, right? Currently running the Say Cheese Writers, an online ghostwriting company that for the last 17 years, now we're crossing 15, now it's 17. She has helped CEOs, executives, and thought leaders develop their thought leadership content to drive overall online brand visibility, credibility, growth, particularly for those looking to attract big clients. Are you looking to attract big clients? And you're not clapping for Lillian? Don't be jealous, yeah? She has a strong background in digital marketing spanning over 16 years. She has helped brands across diverse industries and regions build and maintain and run successful digital marketing campaigns. In her free time, she's passionate about giving back. She's a Paul Harris Fellow and has served in the past as the club president of Rotary Muthaiga in Nairobi, as well as the PR chair, District D9212, where she has worked to improve the lives of the less fortunate and communities in need. So don't just do the work, also give the work, isn't it? Excellent. Yeah, that's a deep one. You can use it on X, and you can just tag me for no reason. The next panelist I'm going to be introducing, who is our last panelist, is a man who is, he's something. You just wait and hear. So Mr. Kenon Bai is a seasoned finance professional with experience in supporting individuals and businesses with financial leadership, strategy processes, and setting up business management systems with over 20 years. That's almost all my life, yeah? He has had, with over 20 years of progressive experience spanning in different sectors, including ICT, hospitality, financial services, Kenon has successfully handled strategic matters that make significant contributions to meeting and exceeding set goals. Kenon is an MBA graduate from Strathmore Business School with IECE International Module, and also holds a Bachelor's of Commerce degree in accounting. Professionally, he's a fellow member of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and also holds a Certified Information System Auditor qualification. So you see, your panel are great. Yeah, then imagine they made me moderate them. Sisi ndio tuko. Let's appreciate our panelists as we clear the podium and start the panel. So our panel is filled with great people. Maybe we can just turn on our mics and just say hello to everybody so that they know how you sound. Yeah?
Morning.
There we go. That's Joram. Morning. Huh? Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
There we go. So you can see everybody. To also the guys who are watching us online, please also feel free to leave your questions in the comment sections. You're also part of this room. Yeah. Fantastic. So the goal of this panel is for us to discuss what support do SMEs need to thrive in any economy, okay? So I remind you that if you have any questions as they keep on coming up, we'll allow you to ask them towards the end. So just write them down. There are some notepads on the table. You can write your notes and also save your questions so that you don't lose your train of thought. So I'm going to start with Mr. Tony, who's at the center, right? Kindly share with us your entrepreneurial journey and how various players within the startup SME ecosystem played a role in your success or your failure.
How much time do we have? Like, I'm going to try and summarize it into a 2-minute situation so we can all go home.
My name is Tony Ndongo, as you heard. My background is I was a journalist and international relations student in USIU. Hated it. When I graduated, my mom took my degrees, and then I left and decided I'm going to look for something else to do. I went to a children's home in Thika to try and support kids, and from there I met a Dutch friend called Bart Lacroix, and we started the NILAB. And together with Eric Hassman, who started the iHub, we started the Silicon Savannah. We didn't know, and I have no tech background, so we didn't know that was what was going to happen. When I was 30, a fund from the Netherlands came and decided this is a great idea, and they gave us 5.5 million euros, which is like $500 million. It was so much, we were in the papers, and the president came to visit, just to make sure it's not wash. And that's when tech started in Kenya, so I'm very fortunate to have been part of that movement. Your question was complicated, but I'm trying to answer it. The thing, ask your question again slowly.
Okay. So, we've done part A of the question, which is how you got to where you are, all right? So the next question is how can you speak into how various players in this journey of yours have played a role in your success or your failure?
I think, and a lot of the people on this bench, especially him, because I've known him for 30 years, are going to be able to speak. That's Joram. I'm going to be able to speak to this. But, to get out of a very jobless mindset, because I didn't know what I was going to do with my life when I was 27, 28, to now being able to say we are proudly one of the only edtech companies to get direct investment from Bill Gates, which we got 2 months ago, is a very difficult thing to say, and there's no real path to, I met. There's no real story behind that. But I think the thing that I will say is it comes down to 3 things, and if you've ever watched Oprah Winfrey, you know this. It's come down to preparation and opportunity. And most of us have been preparing for a very long time, and I hope what Old Mutual is doing with Wild is going to give us that place for opportunity, because it's really a very short stint that we all have to win. And not many people get that stint, and when you do, you fumble it. And I think that's what, to answer your question, it's not so much the people we meet as much as it is the opportunity we take. I'll give you a very practical example. About 3 months ago, I was bored. My children had come home for a 2-month holiday. They do that international system where they have 8 weeks in the house. And they were always asking me for money to go and buy things. I have 2 daughters, 13 and 11. And they're at the place where TikTok and YouTube Shorts convinces them that I have daughters who do embroidery now because a YouTube video made them sound like it's cool. And so unlike kids who are asking for lollipops, they're asking me for these things called yarn. I don't know. So these things of shosho? Yeah. So because I don't want my children to buy drugs, I want them to buy material. I will pay for that. Stuff is expensive. It is ridiculous. 3,500 for rope. And so because I am a businessman, I was like, I should write you a book to show you how to turn this into a business. So I did it for my 2 daughters, and we've sold 4,800 copies of that book. Right? It's 1,000 shillings, right? So if you do the math, I've paid school fees. Yeah, just because I was doing something for my kids. And then we had a conversation about OMIG trying to do the same thing for KICD, and I've sent you the book and you can see what it does. So the opportunity has just shown itself. But remember, I prepared prior. So to answer your question, it's really a matter of preparation, meeting opportunity, and that is what leads to success.
Fantastic. I think it's very inspiring to just hear people talk about, 5 billion shillings, like it's nothing. Bill Gates just came, like it's nothing. But thank you, Tony. I love it. Preparation and opportunity. That's the test in our journey, isn't it? Julius, I would like to hear from you because Tony has spoken about how the Silicon Savannah started out of the sheer interest to help children. But that now has become something so different. And I think it's a story of many of us in this room that there's a lot of evolution happening in this SME space. Are you able to paint a picture of that evolution and the landscape that we're in now?
Yeah, interesting question. I feel like I've gone back to entrepreneurial studies, yeah? In high school. But I think it's a very interesting journey that businesses have gone through. If you look at history books, those black and white photos like these ones of Stanley here, small, medium-sized businesses, artisanal people who are doing carvings and things like that. for a while, and then of course independence came, and the government was quite keen in terms of pushing corporations. That's when people knew about Kimbo and the likes, and small businesses were on the periphery, yeah, and then of course structural adjustment programs came in, yeah, and that's when privatization happened, and that's when now people were being pushed. Where can we get employment? We can't go into these old traditional kind of players. And that's when a lot of entrepreneurship started happening. There was a lot of these Juakali businesses being promoted. And they were quite informal, quite unstructured. And it's created a lot of the challenges we are trying to resolve now. Yeah. And of course, over time, technology has come in. People are moving, like Tony, taking advantage of, the digital space, looking at what do we play, how can we be relevant. So as that happened, of course, from support and organization, a lot of players have come in. Impact funds, trying to see how do we support these entrepreneurs. Government coming in and creating policies and, funds to just support entrepreneurs. And also corporates like us, trying to figure out how do we play into this space? How do we give impetus? Because that's where majority of Kenyans are employed. That's where the majority of Africans are employed. And there is quite an interesting evolution, yeah? From artisanal to, small businesses. Some of them have actually grown to be big businesses. And the interplay between, government role, corporate roles, different forums and networks like these ones that are coming in to just provide the expertise, advice, the support to really propel these businesses to the next level. So there's quite a lot of evolution and presents quite a bit of opportunity for all of us, for corporates, for the entrepreneurs themselves, and even the government in terms of them generating tax revenues and actually then, supporting social programs.
Thank you for that. It's interesting to see how far that journey has come, because I think on this panel are individuals who were not there for the artisanal era, apart from, Joram. But I would like to hear from, I think, all the rest, and especially, let's start with Kinon at the farthest end, is maybe you can share your entrepreneurial journey. And just like Tony that I asked him, is that you can easily tell us how these players played a role for you in who you've become today, and whether you succeeded or failed due to them, right? Yeah. Sana sana kwa failure. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Nawera. So my journey is interesting. I'm an accountant. I'm a trained accountant, worked through corporate, started down there and climbed the corporate ladder. Very, very interesting, exciting. I got to the level of a CFO, one of big companies in this country. Now, I got late. I got late preparing financial statements. Now, there's a whole board of directors waiting. I mean, you have to discuss financials. So I was late. Not a very pleasant experience, and the repercussions, of course. But the lesson I took there, I asked myself, these numbers must be very important. Why are they waiting for them? Okay? Then I also asked myself, okay, why can't someone else do it? I'm stressed by this, but it had to be me doing them. So it showed me the importance of getting the numbers right. And that is my story. So I left corporate. I started a company about 8 years ago, Mwalimu Biashara. It was calm. It was just doing basic things. But 3 years ago, I said, I want to go out there and help individuals and businesses understand their numbers. Because they're so important. So that's my story. So since then what have we done? Gone to SME space. And now I was an entrepreneur at that point. I did not know this language. I did not understand. Why don't you have a HR department? Why? Wait a minute. You don't have a strategy? Then I realized I have to build a plane as I'm flying it. There is no order. There is no warning. It is just flying all over the place. of course, my dream was still there. I was determined to keep going. Now my family, poor them, they could not understand why am I going crazy about this. Okay, and when you talk about the people who help succeed or fail, for an entrepreneur, that's a huge part. Your support system, in whatever sense it is, okay, for them to help you keep going. So for me, that's what it is. And today, what are we doing? Then we are trying to understand the SME language. Together with Wild International, I work in the same space as Wild, actually work at Sandbox. As I'm the investment and wealth management expert there. But the idea is to help the business person understand why they are succeeding and why they are failing. When I was in finance, I used to watch people come in, salespeople. I was in charge of budget, so they come in and they have to explain whether they made their budgets or not. Half the time, they used to lie or they are not sure. And that really is entrepreneur in you. The solutions you bring to the market is to ask, do you understand why you succeeded yesterday, just yesterday? Now, if you understand that, if you multiply that a number of times, how would that look for you? Equally, why did you fail? Because most times fail, we want to quickly forget it, brush it under the carpet. But if you understand why you're succeeding or failing from a maths perspective, then you're bound to succeed. You can tell I can go on and on, but basically that is my story and very passionate to be here. Thank you very much.
I like that. Thank you so much. It's funny how a late deliverable birthed a whole career. Can you imagine? Fantastic. Maybe we can go to you, Lillian. How has your journey been? What has been a key contributor to your success? Are you doing teamwork? You can. This one you can't share. Kila mtu na story yake. Go ahead, Lillian.
So my journey has been interesting, but I think like everyone else who's an entrepreneur, I'm an accidental entrepreneur. I didn't ever want to be an entrepreneur. My goal was to get a job after school. That's what we were trained to do in school, right? And that didn't work out. So when I graduated from campus, I remember I tarmacked for like 3 years. And then someone told me, you're a really good writer. Yeah, so that's how I got into it. They guided me. They were based in the UK, and they told me about how I could write online. That was in 2007. So back then, the internet was really slow and everything. It was expensive. But yes, we weathered the storm. And then the good thing was like, while I feel like I was a Gen Z then, because I was really anti...
In 2007?
Yes, I think.
Umejiuza Lillian or
reincarnation. Like I had that mindset, like I never wanted to work in a formal setting in an office. My dream was to travel the world. My dream was to work from home. So it was very ideal to be able to work and build a business online. So I worked with a lot of writers from across the world, and we would provide services for different clients across the world. So that's how I built Say Cheese Writers, just ghostwriting. And it was amazing in the beginning. It was tough locally because no one knew what a ghostwriter was. And they were like, where's your office? And I'm like, no, I don't have an office. So it was, that was the challenge I faced. But one lesson that I began to learn, that was one of the lessons in terms of failure and in terms of, you know, as an entrepreneur, you're very excited and you think that the world is your oyster, which it is. But you don't think about saving. So one of the biggest challenges I faced, I remember, and also working with corporates sometimes, the challenge, when you're a small business, they want you, like corporates will ask you for all manner of things, some corporates at a very high level. So maybe certification, maybe they'll want to look at your business accounts. I mean, there's so much, right? So I'd find that I'd not be able to get those kinds of contracts, and I would just focus now. That's why I ended up focusing online. But then there was this one time I won a tender. Hallelujah. It was my first, and I was like, I'm a tenderpreneur now. And it was a big contract at that time. And I was excited, and our team were really, really stoked and everything. But in the fine print, I hadn't probably read the fine print that it wasn't official fine print, but for me, I was used to earning income every month. And then I discovered in the corporate scene, sometimes the cycles of payment are like 90 days, 120 days. And that just wasn't working for me. So I remember being unable to, there's a time I think the corporates, I don't know what was going on, and they decided that they're not going to pay us, or for whatever reason. And for like 11 months, I did not have an income, and I was borrowing to pay staff and things like that. But what I learned from that was I hadn't thought about saving for a rainy day. We save for our personal lives. We invest in Old Mutual for life assurance and things like that, but we don't think of the business. Yeah. So I think, and that actually, by the time we eventually got paid, it literally took me out of business for like a year. I had to take a break because of the emotional turmoil and everything. Yeah. So that was my initial lesson in terms of saving for your business and thinking about it more long term than just short term, enjoying the short gains.
I like that, and I think, yeah, thank you. Let's clap for her. She made it through. 11 months is not a joke, yeah? Joram, you could share your journey. Yeah.
Okay, I can't tell the real story because we don't have tissues here. It will get everyone, you know. But there's a little not often told part of my story, which is just before I came back to run the first business, which is Wild International. So I was one of the founders. I was employed for about 3 years, and 1.5 was in Uganda, the other one was in Norway. So I was in an organization called ISEC. Those of you who are in there went for an exchange program. And something happened to me when I was in Norway because I was part of a global organization, and I was doing a business development role, so traveling around Europe and everything. But something kept nagging at the back of my head, which is I would look at the businesses and how they were run, and the extent to which my European counterparts were very impressed at how smart I was, how intelligent I was, and all these things. And Kenyans were never impressed with, with my intelligence. And that began to communicate something to me, because I began to look and I'm like, these people are running global businesses, yet they think I'm the smart one. So I'm like, this thing they're not more intelligent than we are, like, to be honest. But I was like, what is it about the rest of the world where when they set up a business, they set off from the onset and they are going to go global and they're going to raise money and they're going to set up an international business. But every time I came back home, I'd find that people are just running a business simply to survive and pay bills and, make the next payroll. And I was like, why is it that as Africans, we have this mindset that when we're running a business, it's for survival, but the rest of the world seems to think they can conquer the world, and yet they're not smarter than we are. And so I started to look at what they were doing in their businesses that were different, and they would invest in things like governance, they would invest in structures, they'd invest in raising capital, they'd invest in all these things, and those things were not rocket science. So I was like, when I go back home, I'm going to intentionally set up a business that is going to go global. And I feel like that's very important, intentionality. How you set out from the beginning will determine how you run. Because I would come back home and people would run a business without a vision, without a plan. You're just running a business. If you make it to the next payroll, you're happy. But you're not thinking 5 years down the line, there's elections coming. What are we going to plan for it? So those are the things that we sought to introduce to how Kenyan businesses run. We started to find out what are those things people do. People invest in strategy, people invest in governance, people do all these sorts of things. So I set out to do those very things in our organization. Today I am running Sandbox International. Chris is my successor in Wild International. I simply sit on the board. I'm the former CEO of Wild International. We have a board. We've had a board, I think, since 2009. So on the governance front, that's sorted. And we have been very intentional about putting systems and processes in place, in places where we've raised capital, managing it very well and making sure we are accountable and all these sorts of things. And we just set up Sandbox Atlanta in July. We just launched, an office in the US. And that, put a nail in the coffin, that an African business can go global, okay? And be able to build products and services here in Africa, but export them to the rest of the world. We have Ethiopia, we have Uganda, we have South Africa coming up soon, possibly Ireland, just watch this space, okay? But for me, the important thing is the intentionality in saying that we are going to set out to do this, we are going to do the right things, and we are going to, put the right things in place. So in short, I feel like a lot of Africans think small. I feel like we don't invest in the things that will help our businesses become structured and be able to access the sophisticated things he was talking about that help our businesses move to the next level. But that's just because, so a lot of people will cut corners with taxes, cut corners with how they do their financials, have several sets of books and all sorts of things. And I ask a lot of people, all those businesses that have done that in the past, where are they today? Yeah, where are the Moi era businesses that cut corners? Where are the Kibaki era businesses that cut corners? They're not in existence, the entrepreneurs. Yeah, so you can see I can talk a lot, but there's a lot of benefit in doing the right thing and investing in the right things as organizations. There's a lot of benefit in Africans in thinking big. We can conquer this globe, really, and that's what is going to generate the kind of economic benefit that will turn around this thinking small of, I just want to do a business in Nairobi, entrepreneur and all sorts of things, will not get as far as an economy. There's a lot we can do as people.
I like that. It's so encouraging to hear. Atlanta, congratulations. I can't wait to see Ireland. Yeah, say I know an African who owns an organization in Ireland. Exciting. Tony, I would like to ask you, what type of support, it could be financial, it could be mentorship, it could be networking, or anything else, yeah? Have you found the most beneficial in your entrepreneurial journey?
I think for me, the biggest win has always been meeting people like Joram. Do you know what he said about being clever? And open-minded? That is the saddest thing I've ever come across. I went for a Y Combinator meeting. For those who don't know, Y Combinator is a very big investment and startup fund out of the US, and I sat down in a room like this, listening to ex-Stanford, ex-Harvard, ex-Yale students come up and pitch their ideas, and then I'd talk to them while we were having meals. And an average high school Kenyan is as intelligent as a Stanford MBA. Average. I was in Mau, so I know what I'm saying. And a lot of what you're saying is true. We just don't have the confidence. And it's really disappointing. So for me, the biggest value add has been somebody who's helped me lift the bar. Because every time I would say, so in 2010 is when Obama was elected, right? I told my then partner that I'm going to shake his hand before he leaves office. She didn't believe it. And she was like,
the custom of women.
Yeah, well,
Just something
she just didn't. And she was like, no, that's never going to happen. I mean, why? What makes you think? And I'm like, just entertain me. Just say, fine, you'll do it. And it's really sad. The relationship didn't last.
But Obama.
Obama did. And I think the people you surround yourself with really determines where you end up. And I think what I've come to learn when you ask that specific question is it's not even the expertise, whether it's, yes, you do need people who will believe in you enough to invest in you financially. You need people who are willing to invest in you technologically. Sandbox is a community for that. When we were doing that in the NILAB and the iHub and all these other hubs, that's what we were trying to do. But then you just need somebody who believes in you and allows you to be delusional about what it is you want to succeed in. That delusion is what has always taken people to where they are. Surround yourself with people who allow you to be delusional. That is because I cannot do the math as to how we got from where we wanted to get to I could not have told you the story of how I was going to get to Obama's White House. I cannot, even today I can't re-script it, because the way the thing happened serendipitously, it was fantastic. Did it add value to my entrepreneurial journey? Not really. But it was nice to have a photograph in the house and be able to put it online. Yeah. It's cool for LinkedIn because a lot of people reached out after that, right? It's the same thing for Bill Gates. Yeah. We had a video with Bill Gates. That video was done in October. They posted the video a couple of months ago. The video got me an audience with the president. We may not like him right now. That's not the point. Those are not things you get like that, right? And it's that thing. And then now because of that, and this is really cool. So because of that, I reached out to some folks and I told them this has happened. And then Bill invited me back to his house in Seattle in September.
Bill?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how we talk now.
Oh, okay.
First name, or should I tell you William? I don't know.
Godwin.
Yeah, right. I think to just go back all the way to your question, it's if you surround yourself with people who allow you to be delusional, you get it done. You will get it done. And it doesn't mean that it's not going to be hard. It doesn't mean you're going to have a year off where you need a break. I've personally gone through 4 years of in and out of mental health issues. We get depressed clinically and psychologically, all of those things. For my relationship with my ex-partner fell apart. I have 2 children I'm bringing up by myself. I'm not telling you it's going to be easy, but that's not the point. The point is not about being easy. The point is about getting a goal, being intentional about the goal, and hitting that goal. And I'm glad to say that, you know, I'm one of the people who's successfully got into a place where a lot of my financial goals have been hit. And that feels nice to say.
Yeah, it really does feel nice to say. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. It's really how we're just saying, you know, Atlanta, Seattle. Like some of us here are just saying Kiambu. You know, we really have to grow. We have to dream big, right? Yeah, Roysambu cannot be the kada. Keenan, from your experience, what are some obstacles that SMEs face in their growth journey?
So there are a couple of them. I think top on the list, and I think has been said here before, is access to finance. And I'm really grateful that Old Mutual is putting up an initiative like this to provide finances. We have Faulu on the table today. But the idea is, when you talk about access to finance as an entrepreneur, most probably you're starting out, as in let me say we, because I've been in that journey. We say that because we are just starting out a company. We are probably thinking Kiambu, or we are probably thinking local, or we're probably thinking we are not as smart as Stanford. That's a realm where lack of finance plays out. I've had a chance then to listen to, or to engage with the funding journey, Y Combinate and the rest. On the other side, there's a lot of money looking for businesses. So then there's definitely a mismatch where we feel it's access to finance, maybe at another level it's something more than that. How ready then are we as businesses for that finance? And for me, that's a second obstacle in our minds. In our minds, we probably want to run a business, the one man and his dog concept, Canon and Sons forever, okay? So that's an obstacle in your mind. How can you expand it out to be ready for funding? Because funding is there, okay? Another obstacle will probably be competition, okay? Because it's cutthroat. The moment you thought you had a smart idea, you see 5 billboards talking about the same, and you wonder what happened, okay? So competition comes to how quickly you can go to market, how fast you can execute. But also look at, I was listening to someone the other day, this is very relevant, saying, let's say 5 or the 10 people in this table are looking to start importing stuff from China, as an example. In that sense, they are competitors, okay? So they book 10 air tickets to China, and they're all seated on the same plane. No one is telling the other and wapi. Okay, so you all take a flight to China, and the 10 of you go buy exactly the same stuff, maybe slightly different. You all come back to Nairobi and open shops next to each other. That is competition level 1. But what if the 10 of you decides to open up the space? Send one of you. Send one of you, because the stuff is the same. What does that do? It cuts your production cost by a huge percentage. Then when you get to Nairobi, because it is probably a bracelet you're selling, look for new markets. Look for let the competition be at other levels, because it's also how you speak. Today we've all taken the microphone. I'm sure all of us have given an opinion on who we are, because we speak differently. So competition also for entrepreneur is, how then do you differentiate? Because there's no new idea in this world. I thought they were there, they are not there. Okay? Maybe another obstacle I can think about then is internal capacity. Internal capacity. So you have gotten there, 500 million. Wish I was there. But if you got that, can you even absorb it in your business to grow and create value? The factors of production we talked about, how organized is your business in terms of efficiency in operations, okay? This initiative is great, because then the SME who walks in here then gets a systematic and formal way of getting that training, that empowerment, okay, that support that they need, that knowledge that they need. Those are some of the obstacles I can think about. There are many more. Yeah,
Yes.
Tony?
Yes, index one, go ahead.
No, I think Canon has done a really good job. But I also think there's a storytelling failure. Can I just be honest? I have never said in my mind that there's a funding problem. I don't believe that there's a funding problem. I believe there's a storytelling problem. And the way I summarize it as a gentleman who is straight is there are 15 women in this room, and I want the most beautiful one. And the only thing standing between me and the woman that I want is the narrative that I tell her. There are 15 men in this room, 14, so we're trying to balance it out. So if all 14 of us, or all 15 of us were to approach those 15 women, who's going to win? The person with the best story. And your story is not just what you say, it's how you look, how you present yourself, how you smell like. It's all of these things that are still in your control. The moment you appreciate that there's no funding problem, it's a narrative problem. And then is when you have an opportunity to make the money that you need to make and be able to climb that ladder the way you need to. I agree with him though. I'm not saying that there isn't a funding problem. All I'm saying is, okay, so we have that challenge. How can we figure it out? What is the narrative you tell? I will never forget this. I was at a hotel, I think Radisson Blu, for an event. It was similar to this one. And I walked out and a few people came to say hello, which is nice. And a young lady, I think she was 25 at the time, came and said, do you have a minute? Of course I'm going to have a minute. And she said, I will give you $1,000. She didn't say 100,000 shillings. So I will give you $1,000 to help me improve my company's narrative. I was impressed. I was like, you first of all just look very small. Where are you getting that? And when we sat down to talk, that's all the money she had. But she was willing to trade all the money she had for her business to improve the narrative her business had. And I did not take it because the Lord would strike me with lightning. But then when I was done with that conversation, she had a website done, she had an online presence done, she had a couple of social media things done, and which was really strange, she changed churches. That was intentional. It was a real narrative shift because the church she used to go to was on Gara. She now goes to Sitam Karen, and she now drives a BMW X1. She's 25. Because she learned narratives matter. Where you are located matters. For the business she was doing, she needed to go there. What are you doing in Gara? Go to Karen. That's where the money's at. You get 4 people to buy your products, you're done. She was doing interior design. Who is in Gara getting interior design? But if you go to Karen and you say, oh, where do you live? I did a house next door. You should come see it. The lady's like, I have 2 million shillings. Do you need it? Come make my house look beautiful. Because it's got Kenyan Gothic style and I've got white friends now. That stuff matters. So that's narrative. It's the story. I hope that helps.
No, completely. So are you in Gara? Can you please go to Karen? That's what your jokes, yeah? I like it. And I think it also speaks also into what Keenan was saying about competition. Is that if you just know where you belong, you don't have to compete the wrong way. I love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So instead of spending $1,000 to go to China as 10 people, go and see one of these gentlemen and beautiful ladies so that you can get help. Lillian, it goes without saying that we're living in a digital age, right? And I think it's very important for us to say that we should exist there. But how crucial is it as an SME to understand this digital transformation? Yeah.
I think it's very important. I think it goes without saying. This is where the world is. This is where the world has been. But some of us have been catching up a bit slower. For me, the advantage that I got just running Say Cheese Writers was purely because I was online. And when I say that in an era where there was no internet, that's what kept me going. So I was kind of ahead of the time, but I didn't yet have the tools to scale as well as I can right now. So I think for businesses wherever you are right now, if you're not online, so I'll give you an example. I'm a storyteller. So, people who follow me on social media, some like my stories, some maybe not so much. But I have gotten a lot of work just from stories that I write on the internet. Maybe it's on my Facebook or it's on my LinkedIn. And so I don't necessarily advertise per se for the business because I've learned how to tell the story, and that's how I ended up helping other leaders do the same. So I think that's one thing. You need to know how to tell your story online. We are in a creator economy right now, and there was a time there when traditional business was really the thing. And in basically, when you're doing a business, your work is to solve a problem, right? But now with the creator economy, your work is to solve a problem, but it's also to distribute the solution to the problem. Whereas before we used to distribute it through like marketing and sales teams physically, right now distribution channels are a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. So that one story that you tell about your product or service or whatever it is, it doesn't even have to be about your product and service. It just has to be how people perceive your brand, right? Can literally get you very insane connections globally. So for me, because I've been very big on building a global business as opposed to a local one, and one thing, let me even give you guys an example. During COVID, I know for some people, I was coming out from a very challenging financial situation, but I'll talk about that later. But to this point is, during COVID, I had to pivot. And it's very hard to pivot if you're not digital, right? So I had built the business to a point where by now I was able to, I had clients locally, right? But then during COVID, everyone went quiet and people were like not spending their money. But I was still able to start a new business, educating people online about finances, but more so trading Forex, because I had gotten an experience where I had lost a lot of money through Forex. In that season, those 2 years, during between 2019 and 2020, when I built the course, I was able to survive because I was doing an online course. I was teaching online, and then I finally digitized the product, and now it's available online. So there's so much opportunity as an entrepreneur online or digitally, because you also don't have to stick to the one thing that you know. It's very easy to pivot into other things and still build a brand that people can trust. Yeah.
I like that. And I think the most important thing is to say that this is how you go global. Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can't be, yeah, I'll be coming for them later. Don't worry, don't worry. Joram, what risks do SMEs face on a day-to-day basis, knowingly or unknowingly, that could potentially be detrimental to their business?
Entrepreneurship is risk. Just by existence, the fact that you decide not to go into employment where there's a steady salary and all sorts of things, you're already exposing yourself to risk. So the entire journey of entrepreneurship is basically risk. But part of the challenge is because when you become an entrepreneur, you don't really know what you're signing up for. You have no idea. I always say problems are always waiting for you like a gang of thieves in a dark alley somewhere down there, because you don't know all the things that you need to do to keep your business compliant, to keep your customers happy, to keep KRA happy, to keep all the people licensing your business happy if you're in a highly regulated industry. So there are all these things down the line which you have no knowledge about. Some of us who run physical premises, those physical premises have risks, certain risks that come with them. It's very difficult to listen to a Kenyan business story and not hear of someone who's either been cleaned out by employees, cleaned out by thugs, cleaned out by cops. Yeah, I was raided by cops. Like, at every corner, there's somebody waiting to benefit from your hard work without putting in the same hard work that you put in. And so there's physical, there's security risks, there's, if you have assets. I've had so many factories that have just burnt down and people didn't even have insurance and had to start from scratch. And so the entire journey of entrepreneurship is basically risk. And that's why we need to educate ourselves on what those potential risks are and how we can mitigate them. One of the things I wish about this economy is that this whole conversation about risk management can become more mainstream. When we had our launch in Atlanta, we had to buy insurance for the event. Okay, we had to pay $200 for the event. Otherwise, the location where we were holding it, we're not going to hold the event there. Like, insurance there has become, because they're like, someone might come to the event, get drunk, have an accident, and then we are sued. And if you're not insured, it becomes a problem for us. So they literally insure everything. And so like I said, I think we can educate ourselves a lot more about the risks that are out there for our businesses, how we can protect those, so that we're not being set back every time and going back to scratch. I think there are a lot of people here who have talked about ways in which we can structure our finances. I know a lot of Kenyans, when you just make a bit of a profit at the end of the year, the first thing you think about is buying a plot of land. It may not be the best thing for your business, by the way. You might be able to put it in much better instruments that can safeguard your business and help you, manage that a lot better. So we can be a lot more sophisticated in our conversations, but it just takes being open to learning from people who can help our businesses go in that direction. And many of them are in this room, so take advantage. Yeah.
I like that. Take advantage of the people around you, because this journey, iko na mambo. Julius, what are the challenges? I think Joram has spoken about the entrepreneurial side, but let's hear from the corporate side. What are the challenges that corporates have faced in providing relevant and effective solutions to entrepreneurs over the years?
Yeah, so thank you. I think it's a mirror of the whole discussion coming from these panelists. Because number one, I think even as we did Mentimeter, people are saying, you know what, I cannot sleep. Like 90%, people are saying, who's this Old Mutual? Despite our marketing team doing so much to create awareness, people are saying, we've never been supported by corporates. Yeah. Antonia is talking about the storytelling. And all these things are related also on the corporate side, because when you think about it and you reflect on it, number one is how well do we know our customers, yeah, and how well are our customers willing, yeah, to walk this journey with the corporates. So there is a bit of understanding our customers better to be able to serve them better, because everything starts with you entrepreneurs, and then willing to then walk the journey with you. So that's one of the big issues. I think one of the other challenges is about how we are structured. Of course, there is governance, there is processes, and we sometimes seem to be rigid. Yeah, you come and you say, I've met Obama. I tell you, I can't give. So
met Bill. Who
met Bill but defaulted on my loan? That is not enough. Yeah, yeah. So there is also structure, but how do we then overcome it? Yeah, and it's about thinking about how we build flexibility around how we solution for our customers. So you'll find that there's quite a lot of innovation. You might not know, but when you talk to, if you read what Warren Buffett talks about, the greatest asset you can have is your integrity. If there was a way to measure your trustworthiness, that would enable any bank what assets you have. Because if you say, I'm doing this thing, you are honest and you are very true that you'll be able to pay back, and there's a way I can measure that, then that's the best asset you can have. Now, how do you then go through that journey, yeah, to that place? I think there is still some work around the bureaucracy, the processes, how to bridge between governance and controls on one side, and flexibility to make sure we are catching up. The world is also kind of changing in a very rapid pace. Yeah, as Lillian was saying, she pivoted to digital. Yeah, and maybe from an insurance side, we just knew the other side of the business. You change your model, you adopt new technology, and of course, businesses and corporates that support you have to go and evolve as quickly as you evolve. Otherwise, what happens? You are left behind, and then you struggle to bridge the gap in resourcing, in financing, and all that. And then, of course, the last bit is also around empowerment. Yeah, is about not only just providing solutions for customer for customer you are flexible for, but also how do you make sure that this customer of yours as a corporate is also growing. Yeah, because if those customers grow, even the corporates grow. Yeah, let nobody lie to you. Yeah, if you remain a localized business, even the corporates in Kenya will also remain local businesses. So how do we grow together? And we grow together by looking at how we tap into each other. So you are talking about forums like this where there's mentorship, there's connection to people who can, solution financing problems for you. There is quite a lot of money looking for entrepreneurs. So when you think about it, a lot of people are saying we need to, give access to SMEs. But how to give access, in a controllable way, to accelerate and incubate it? How do you do it? How do you do it in the right way? You then have to have those businesses built in a fit way. And that's why the counseling, the mentorship, the guidance, the connection to markets, the connection to funds that can allow corporates like Old Mutual, Faulu to be able to lend you at cheaper rates, to credit guarantee and increase the appetite to even aggressively lend and support businesses more, plays a big role. So there's quite a bit of course, challenges that sit between the corporates and businesses, and that's why we are here having this conversation, to actually understand each other better, talk to each other more, and then co-create solutions that have the customer at heart. That's the only way we actually win on this.
And I like that because you're speaking into the fact that our success equals the corporate success. And I think that's very important to know. So, yeah. Kenon, one of the things that's interesting is that I think as entrepreneurs, sometimes we overlook legislation and infrastructure. And I'd like to know from you is how can policymakers better support entrepreneurs through either legislation and or infrastructure?
All right. So generally speaking then, we are saying on the one side is policymakers. We can say government at whatever level. Could be national government, county government, but there is government on the one side and other regulators and who then set the policies. On this other side now is us, entrepreneurs, businesses. The relationship here is the government should be empowering the entrepreneur. The government should be giving the right environment for entrepreneurs to thrive. On the other end, entrepreneurs then should be making profits and paying taxes. That is the general relationship. So then to ask what should the government do to make that happen is to create simple legislation. An entrepreneur waking up in the morning does not care the spelling of the law in itself. What they want to understand is, so what should I do to comply and move on? If that can be done in a very simple way, because again, back to that relationship, if that relationship between government and a business is working, people will generally pay taxes. It's a pain not to pay. You can't even sleep, it's headaches and everything. So we are ready to do it. First, make it easy for us. That's the first thing. Now, the average Kenyan today pays over 50% in taxes, not 30. Because by the time you finish with income tax, VAT, excise duty, customs, by the time you finish the licenses, over every 100 shillings you earn, over 50% goes to government. Then after the 50 you're left with, when you go to do your business, then you don't have the right infrastructure. You don't have the right roads. So if you're in the transport business, so your vehicle will have their shock absorbers break down in 2 years instead of 4. So even these 50 you've been left with is going into more losses. Again, because the 50 you gave the Gava, it is not giving you what it's supposed to do. Go to hospitals not working, it turns into a political narrative because it is important for us to understand, or the government or the policymakers to understand, we have no problem paying. We have no problem getting it out of the way. Other economies that are well developed and their structures are up and running are taxed higher than us. Yet, they have a higher living standard than we have. So make it simple, and then whatever you take, please use it in the positive way. I know, okay, Canon, this is Kenya, there is Mandamano, there is all it is, but we can't stop saying what we should say about how things should go. Okay? Maybe then the last thing would be then open up markets. Okay? Give entrepreneurs, give SMEs the right market, and in a very honest way. Okay? If we hear there is an economic bloc coming up, DRC recently is joining an ESC. Those things are important for policymakers to know, because if I am creating bids as an entrepreneur, that is what I'm doing, I'm creating bids. Can those bids find their way in Africa? Because even if you sell one bid at a profit of a shilling and you sell to 1 million people, you can see how the numbers look like. So it will be important for the policymakers to open up those avenues, make it easy for entrepreneurs to actually penetrate and succeed.
Oh, that's so good. So the ecosystem is very important for us all. I think as we come to the end of this panel, I think I'm going to open up for 2 questions before we do the closing remarks, because I think there are questions. Any questions in the room? Any questions in the room? Oh, thank you. There's one. Oh, thank you. Hey. If I asked one more time, I'd have asked my own questions to you. We can start at the far end. Yes. Maybe you can introduce yourself, what you do, and then direct your question.
Okay. My name is Leslie. I work with CPF Financial Services. My question, or rather it's just a comment, because I've been a tenderpreneur before. And to Tony, for him to say that there is no funding issue in Kenya. Actually, there is. It might be about the story, but people don't really look at the young people to be able to give them funding. You might even be getting a tender with a blue chip company, and they're like, we don't fund LPOs, or they don't really fund the young people. So we really need to find, and I'm really glad that Old Mutual has come up with this, because the young people are really suffering. They're not able to get, they might get the job, they might get the business, but they don't have anywhere to get the money from. So it was just a comment.
Yeah. So the elephant in the room is still money, yeah?
Can I respond
Sorry,
to that?
go ahead.
Because I was mentioned.
Yeah, it was for you. They were coming for you.
So your name was? Leslie. So remember I said, I'm not saying that it's not there. Remember what I said there? I just said the mindset with which you're going to go for. So I agree with you completely, like completely. There's always going to be a funding issue. There's always going to be one. So it's kind of like saying, that would not be politically correct. Let me think of another example. All of the examples I have are completely terrible. Okay, so there's always going to be a funding gap. So what changes? What is going to give young people an advantage right now? Because say there are 1 million young people, what is going to, Leslie, give them the advantage to get what they need? And I said it's a narrative. It's a good narrative. And because there's very little you can do about the opportunities that are there, the opportunities that are there are few for all of your SMEs and all of your businesses, what is going to help you stand out? So it's that narrative. That's the only, if you work with what you can control, you have power to change it, right? But if you try and work with what you cannot control, and then you're going to find yourself stuck between a rock and a hard place. So especially for younger people, and actually you've done a really good job of explaining how digital opportunities present themselves. It's just a matter of figuring out how to take a bad situation, find a narrative that works for you, and then leverage on that narrative. Because a lot of young people are just not willing to do the work. A lot of people, not even young people, just a lot of SMEs are not willing to do the work, right? And when you do, you find yourself in a really good space. I'm building a business that's going to compete with Faulu, right? Faulu is a phenomenal company, but I have figured out that they don't have the time, effort, or energy to put behind 15 people doing something in the technology space and correlating all of these folks who are doing WhatsApp groups, right? And building money behind it. Now, am I going to tell Faulu? I'm not actually doing. I'm just saying. So am I going to tell Faulu? Because I see he's panicked. I could feel his heartbeat.
He's staring deep into your soul. Like now, Tony, you're saying now.
What are you doing? So what is it that I am going to do to compete with him? We were talking about artificial intelligence earlier. And a lot of the companies that you're running now, you don't need all the people you need because ChatGPT will sort it out for you. How many young people are thinking, let me go to her company, say, hi, my name is Tony, you do this and this and this, and you have 17 employees using ChatGPT, I can help you get rid of 5, and then you pay me 2 times the salary of one person. That's a person who has been able to crystallize, Leslie, a narrative that shows value for the company that is in front of them. That's what I'm saying. It's not that I'm not oblivious to the money situation. I have been broke more times than I've been wealthy. But then the difference has always been the narrative. What's the story you tell to get the things you need?
Thank you.
I was going to add, we recently ran an access to finance program for hospitals. And I remember somebody now coming back and giving a testimonial later where they went to meet their relationship manager. And the thing, you know, he'll tell you the RMs have a checklist if you're going to be looking for financing. So there's this document, that document, blah, blah, blah. So she had tried getting a loan earlier from a bank and was not able to get it. But after going through this program and putting all her documentation together, so he was asking, do you have this, do you have that, do you have that? Everything until, what's your EBITDA? And she told him. The guy sat up, the relationship manager, and he's like, what has changed in your business? Because a few months ago we met and you didn't have all these things, but today you have them, and basically you're scoring very high. If we take your application to the whatever credit department, you basically have everything that they're looking for. So the access to finance discussion that we never have is that whoever is giving you money has certain requirements. There are certain things they want you to have in place that gives them an indication you're a safe person to play with. We didn't talk a lot about failure. Me, I've been scammed, I've been whatever. There are so many things that have happened in my journey of business that tells you there's a lot of bad people out there as Kenyans who are ready to do the wrong things. And a lot of those people take advantage and they'll go and borrow money from an institution, go missing, you know, and all sorts of things. So the reason they come up with that thing I was talking about, the struggle between controls, governance, and flexibility, is because I've had so many bad experiences of so many things I didn't look into, and that's what ends up becoming the checklist. The good news is, if you're willing to put in time and, investment into getting everything in place, it improves your chances of being able to get it significantly. And the other thing that we tell people is, do not start preparing yourself for the funding when you're desperate and when you're in need, because at that point when you're desperate, you're being asked for 4-year audits right now. It's something that's going to take time to put together. So just prepare. They say the best time to prepare, for jumping out of a plane, the parachute, is not when you're in the plane. You prepare it when you're on the ground, so that when you jump out, it's already on your back and ready to serve you. So there's a lot of things you can do that will put you in good standing with different types of financiers, whether it's debt, equity, and all these sorts of things, and give you a lot easier access. And like they all say, there's so many stats around, there's so much money chasing businesses, but all these people who give money say there is no pipeline. And yet we have millions of SMEs. So where is the problem? It's that they're not speaking the same language, and we need to do a lot better in making both sides see what the other side needs to do. Yeah.
Thank you, Leslie. There was a question right here. There was a question right here. Okay. So these two, here and then there. Okay. So let's go here and then here, and then we go there.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. My name's Eric Wayugi, and I run a company called Malipo Circles. And what we do is we digitize decentralized financial networks, what you commonly call as chamas, and in many other forms. So what I wanted to ask, as an entrepreneur for the last 10 or so years, what I've noticed is the biggest gap, and maybe what a lot of entrepreneurs fight with, is there's all these structures that are needed and governance that needs to be built, and there's the daily grind of building the business that takes a lot of effort and energy and resources at the same time. And I think marrying those two is one of the most difficult things for a lot of entrepreneurs, because it takes time to achieve what everybody on stage is telling you to do, okay? It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of persistence, it takes a lot of your personal investment as a person. So how do we, what is the magic of marrying those two? How is that addressed? And I think that's the biggest problem between what everybody else will talk about, lack of funding in Africa, because everybody asks about this, and Europe, where there are structures that guarantee those things almost from the start, the day you you register your business. So how do we deal with that in your experience now that you guys have a bit of it? Yeah.
There's a lot, yeah. You said 10 years, there's 15, 17, 20. Collectively here we have 50 years, yeah? So maybe we can take 2 questions and then we come back so that we can move ahead. We can go to Terry, where you are. All right, go ahead. Then we'll come here. Don't worry, it's coming. Yes.
I'm a lawyer. My name is Agnel Nadida. I run a law firm called Ndindia Nadida Advocates, and I also run a company called Art Law Kenya, where we focus on intellectual property and the arts and creativity, what have you. And my question is to Lillian and to the wider panel. I am in a space which I'll call a legacy career. It's been on in Kenya for a long time, and there are people who've already gone ahead of me, and we colloquially call them our seniors. I see one who's here, Angela, and she doesn't know that I know her, but we have people who've gone ahead of us, and they've really mapped out a niche. And you've talked about pivoting, and my question is, as a young law firm, as a young entrepreneur, how can I pivot, knowing that there has been people in the industry who have gone ahead and have really mapped out? And when we try to pivot, they sort of come and take the idea and then, like an eagle, and go with it. And they seem much bigger. And it has made me, so the backstory is I've focused on SMEs, and I work a lot with SMEs. I do a lot of trainings. I've done a lot of trainings with a company called, an institution called Founder Institute. And I really help out these young companies to have a solid foundation, because I believe a solid foundation will help you in terms of growth. By the time you get to where you want to be, you don't have these teetering problems. Guys come to lawyers whenever there's a problem. We're not the doctor before the apple, we're the doctor after the apple. So how do we pivot? And for example, now in social media, it's a whole different thing altogether. You want to go into that space, but you realize and I'll speak like a lawyer. We have a fixed mindset, such that it's so difficult for me to say, okay, now I'll start this social media thing. You'll find many lawyers call themselves, I'm the musical lawyer, I'm the dancing lawyer. You're never just a lawyer. Yeah, you're always just something. So how do you pivot so that it allows me also to grow? Because I want to get to my seniors level. I want to get to Joram's level when I sit there. Because my mindset, I don't want to just be seen as Paul Mwite. I want to be seen as somebody who has changed the landscape of entrepreneurship, because this is where my calling is. This is where my bread and butter is. And what I usually say is, an entrepreneur's success is invariably my success. So when you have a downfall, imagine I'm going down with you. Yeah. So I want to know how I will grow with these people, but how do I pivot?
That's a good question. Maybe you can start with you, Lillian. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. I think there are many layers, the way I would look at it, because you're a law firm. And I know, like doctors, I don't know if you're allowed to advertise right now. No, you're not, okay. Yeah, so I think you can still educate people about what it is you do without necessarily advertising. So I think the easiest way to start would be, there's usually a mindset, we've been talking about mindset up here, that you need to just change your mindset about what the internet is, what digital means for you. Sometimes we have a fear of how we will be perceived by our seniors and our colleagues. But I saw, and I'm giving an example because there's a doctor I've seen on, I think he's on YouTube. I can't remember his name. But what he's been doing is he's been educating people generally about their health, about different diseases, about eating right, without advertising. Come to my hospital and anything. And he gives such value that even I think that the day I have an issue, I'll be like, okay, and I don't want to go to a doctor, I would just go to him first. So the thing about the internet is it's an equal level playing field. And that's why you're seeing younger people coming up and just blowing up on the internet and acting as experts in whatever it is, whether they're dancing or they're actually giving value or they're teaching us about the Constitution and things like that. So for people who are in a fixed industry where there's some rules and things like that, I think about it from an education perspective. You can, I'll give, and for me, I'm very big on LinkedIn. I'm big on LinkedIn because I've seen that it's a safe place for everyone, right? And it's a more global, I mean, all platforms are global, but in terms of work and career, it's very, you can find somebody from the US just reaching out to you in your inbox, and it's okay based on what you've put out. So I would recommend starting there, especially for your industry, and educating us on, I mean, as entrepreneurs, for example, when I started out, a lawyer was the last thing on my mind. In fact, I was thinking, they're expensive, I can't afford them, I'll get them when I become a big company, right? And of course, you need them before you become the big company. I remember there's a time when I reached out to Joram at the tail end of another business that collapsed. And it was, I mean, I think he was in my office and he may not have known what to tell me, but I needed a lawyer then. But because I didn't know who to trust, because I had been talking to so many lawyers, and all lawyers say the same thing. I can help you, do this, do that. But you can't trust, right? Because of how the industry has been. So the idea about being on the internet as a thought leader is you're trying to build trust. And the more you say the same thing online consistently, you continue to build trust, whether you know it or not. So we need to get out of our shells and just begin to say what it is we do with clarity, break it down in small chunks. You can write a short piece. I can help you do that. Our company does that. So yeah, I think that's how. And then think about even with, let's say, what's been going on with the mandamanos, and we've seen how Gen Zs have just taken that up and are beginning to educate people about different laws, you can take that and also do the same without necessarily attacking, or it's just you're saying this is basically what this law means, this is what this means, and we'll appreciate it, and you'll find people will reach out to you. And that's the beautiful thing about being on the internet. You don't have to reach out to people. They reach out to you because you've put out good content long enough.
That's good. You want to take that question?
Yeah, I wanted to take the question around building a structured business. It takes a lot of intentionality to build a structured business, because in many cases, you will be putting things in place to actually protect the business against you, the entrepreneur. And I say this because I used to consult and coach a lot of entrepreneurs. And a lot of the reasons why people would resist things like governance, structures, processes, and systems is because they force you to become disciplined, okay? So today, if you don't have financial systems in place, on Friday, you can walk to the accountant if you have one. If you don't have one, maybe you're in control of a bank account, and you can take out 20,000 shillings and go drink it, and come on Monday and life goes on. But when you have a board, when you have controls, when you have, management accounts and all these sorts of things, and policies around how you spend on your budget and the like, you can't do those kinds of things. And this is where I find now entrepreneurs become enemies of their own business. Because at the end of the year, you make 7 million shillings profit, you take 6 and go and buy a showroom car, because your friends need to see that you have made it, yeah? The next year, your business is back in financial troubles and you're struggling to raise capital to pay your employees. And they can see you have a new car. So you also have low employee morale because they can see this guy is just not serious. So those are the things that I've observed. And to be honest, those things happen quite a bit. So to be intentional about, I'm going to be disciplined, I'll pay myself 100K salary and that's all I'll take and spend. and I'll wait for my dividend at the end of the year. I'll put a board in place that holds me accountable, so that when we say this is a strategy we are employing, the board is asking me in 3 months, how far have we come? Yeah, there are many things my board has pushed me to do that I would not have had the courage to do, that were the right things to do as a business, okay? So sometimes there are emotive issues that will come into the business, and because you don't have structures and systems, you end up suffering as a result of that, you know, consequences. So all these processes, structures, systems, governance, controls, and the like are actually for your own good. Because when these things are in place, now investors can trust you, because they know this person is structured. If we give them $500,000, they'll put it to the right thing, they'll grow their business, you know, to the right level. Big companies can now trust they can do business with you because you're not a one-man show anymore. If you're sick and you're in hospital, they know there's other people in the company who will continue to run the business. And that's why they ask for all those things. So there's a lot of benefits to structure. There's a lot of benefits to governance. It's a painful process because sometimes you're putting things in place to protect the business against yourself. At the end of that year, when you have that 7 million, instead of going to buy the showroom car because you know you'll come back and report to the board where the money went, you'll think twice. Okay, and say, okay, maybe I can buy a second-hand car for 2 million because I need to enjoy the money I've made, but let's put the 5 million in. We needed to buy an IT system. Let's put 1 million to buying that because it will help our business grow to the next level. So that's the kind of thinking that you're basically adopting. And that goes back to my story of why there are people who are able to build businesses that go regional and go global, and there are those who will stagnate, because if you don't have all those things, forget about scaling. Yeah.
I love it. We're going to take the last question, and I just want to encourage you, in case you feel like I'm going to look at the camera here because now everybody's hand has gone up. But in case you have any question for the panelists, they will not be leaving immediately. Please make sure you connect with them. I think there's so much wisdom, and we've barely scratched the surface here. So there was a gentleman who had a question, and the mic is with him. So he becomes the last question. It's not me, I'm the messenger. You also have the microphone. You're sabotaging me, my people. I think let's make the questions very brief so that the answers can also be in equal measure, yeah?
Yeah,
there we go.
Very brief. So my name is Alex. I'm in the talent space. I work with the Talent African company. Most people know us locally as Brighter Monday. One quick question to the panel. What's the one piece of hiring advice? I know talent is very critical, and the people engine is very, very important. What's that one piece of hiring advice you'd give to the SMEs in this room? Yeah.
I like that, because I'm going to allow us to answer it in our parting shot. So any piece of advice you have towards hiring in this SME economy space, yeah? Okay, good. Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nasirian Peia. I work for Inclusivity Solutions as a regional operations manager. That is on the corporate side. On my personal side, I am a makeup artist. Yeah. And I had this business that I founded, and I was the first one actually to have a makeup studio in Kenya. That is back in 2019. And my question is, how do I get to trust investors again after what I went through? So you get someone coming to you, they've seen you shine out there, they see your work, and then they reach out to you and they're like, I would like to invest. And they come and take over everything. That time you've quit your job, so you depend on this full time. Yeah. And they refuse to sign off on your salary and everything. And so it became just chaotic. And she ended up taking almost everything, and I had to shut down the shop. So how do I get to trust them again?
And it was a beautiful shop, I must say so.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we can answer that one. It was very emotional. Yeah, I felt it. Go ahead. Do you want to say, Tony?
Yeah. Meet Agnel. He's over there. That's the lawyer you need to talk to. And actually, I'm going to answer both your questions, Agnel's question, your question, also Eric's question, to kind of like to spin them in. I think it's really important for you to know who you are. I have never known this, but I now have Keyman Insurance, which means I'm insured if something happens. I've never heard of Keyman Insurance. until very recently. Because I am the vision, I am the product, I am the service, I am the goal. That's why we pay ourselves first. If Joram died, someone knock a piece of wood somewhere, so he doesn't. There you go. If he did, there's a whole slew of things that would stop immediately because he doesn't, even if the systems exist. Because every entrepreneur, yes, they do have a physical and psychological impact, but they also have an emotional impact. His voice, his capacity, his being is super important. Elon Musk has a phenomenal organizational structure, but if he passed, there's a thing that he would leave. There's a gap. You're that queen in your business. So the first thing you'd have done is get an Agnel to tell you you are the value. And if somebody comes and puts money in your business and steals it, just go over there and start a new one and destroy them. Because you are the value. Yeah. That's the first thing. Then the second thing is, now to answer your question, Agnel, is she doesn't know you exist and that's your fault. Do you see what I'm saying? Yeah. Look at so there's a thing I do, it's called VISTA, Vision, Inventory, Strategy, Tactics, Action Plan. Vision is you want to be known everywhere. Inventory is what do you have? You're well-spoken, well-dressed, you're intelligent. I know your partner, she's fantastically good at presentation. The two of you can go and do TikTok videos of just get a lawyer. Literally every fast sentence is get a lawyer. Let me tell you why. Then you tell a story. Then the next day, get a lawyer. Let me tell you why. By the time you've done 50 of those, everybody knows the get a lawyer couple. Everybody knows. Because every story starts with get a lawyer. Let me tell you why. There's a babe. Hey, she got money. She was robbed by her investors. Let me tell you what happened. Everybody wants to hear that story. Yeah. You're not advertising. No. You're just saying, get a lawyer. How many times have I seen this thing for medical? Go see an OBGNY. Let me tell you why. And this lady has like 6.8 million followers because she starts by saying, go see an OBGNY. Let me tell you why. The OBGNY and the Y kind of rhyme. Those are the kind of things that you can do, and then you then lean into that, right? So you are a value. You have everything you need where you are. And Eric, there's never going to be a work-life balance. Get used to it. Just get used to it. But what I would suggest is, what's what I've done. I've given myself an age goal. I've said by the time I get to X age, I will want X amount of money in my bank account, and then I want X amount of time to work or to play. And I've worked very hard to work towards that goal, and sometimes I've gotten it. Last year I took 5 holidays. 5. Just because I love myself. Some of them are to Kiambu, but that's not the point. The point is, I had a week away when I didn't do stuff, right? So those are the small wins we get. But this is what I guarantee you. There are 5 ways to be wealthy. Because I think all of us want to be rich. Yeah. See, that's not such a bad thing. There are 5 ways to be rich. You inherit it. You marry into it. You steal it. You win it. Or you build a business. Don't be lied to that my good man here who's salaried and paid very well is going to beat you at making money because he has a salary. But because he has got a skill that very few people have, he can be able to build a consulting business around himself. And then I will go to him and be like, I know you run Faulu, but then on the side I have a startup and I would like you to be on my board and be my shareholder. How do you think the Christiananus have succeeded? They have taken a chunk of their corporate money and invested it in multiple companies. One of them will make money, and that's what his retirement plan is. So if we have that in mind, then I think success is the key. But I'd suggest to you, and I really want to speak to you about this, getting smashed and dropped on the ground, falling is a standard. It's not how you fall.
Yeah, maybe just to answer a lot of same themes, yeah? And I want to repeat, we cannot adopt a victim mentality, yeah? That there is no financing, we are doomed, yeah? That there are big players, if I start this thing, people will run away with it, so maybe I should not start, yeah? That if I have a new chance to bloom, maybe I should not get these partners. Let me sweat and die with this thing alone, yeah, forever. And I think that's why we are having this conversation now, yeah, because all these things are interlinked, yeah, and it's also about having the right partners, being in the right networks, yeah, and having the right support. In this country, we have 39 banks. I know we are now starting to consolidate, and 14 microfinance banks. How many have ever gone to those banks and asked the bank, how are you going to serve me as an entrepreneur? Or you just rushed and decided this looks like a fancy bank, and therefore this is because I'll have a flashy black card, let me open a bank account here. Have you ever asked your partner to say, what are you bringing on the table for me as a business? Who are the people you are linking me with to resolve my problems? Do you have people who drive financial literacy, who can connect me with the right funders and donors in this sector to unlock opportunities for me and etc.? So, like he says, sometimes all these things we do actually kill ourselves because we want to be associated with big banks, fancy partners and etc. But they might not be the right ones for you. Yeah? Because if you go there, and I'll be telling you, we are doing a lot of things as Faulu. We are small, but we are proud being small because it means we are accessible. We can listen to you. We can be flexible. Yeah? I've met big players who are doing partnership with us, and some of these things will shake the market. But part of the things they're saying, we were in this big bank, we were trying to talk, and they're saying, your turnover is 100 million. We are dealing with some corporates with 10 billion. You wait. Yeah? So you also have to ask yourselves, where are you? Who are the people walking the journey with you? They will move you from that victim state. You are not helpless. If you have an LPO and you need financing, and at a good rate, there are partners who can walk with you that journey. They can train you. Other banks will just tell you, this is the checklist. You have it or not, move away. So my encouragement, and it's to everyone here, is part of the solutions are, one, us as corporates, and thank Lauren for sponsoring and developing this, is one, to, of course, interact and listen to our customers and customize it. But also aware of the friction points we are having, yeah, to serve you. Which means, are we launching digital platforms and solutions that can be, accessed easily? Yes. Are we ensuring that there are the right levels of relationship managers to give you solutions, not sell to you products? Yes. Are we being flexible enough and putting some power to be innovative and be fast-paced as the market and the world evolves? Yes. But my challenge to everyone here is to think, who is this partner? And the partner is not just your customers. Is where are you banking? Where are you getting insurance solutions and etc.? I know Dominic was talking about domestic package and maybe he didn't bring it home. You know, a TV might be for 70,000. If your kid throws the football on it and it breaks, you are spending 20,000 to repair it. But a domestic package will cover your laptop if it's stolen. It will cover the breakage of the screen if the maid or the nanny, however you call them, if they have an accident and they need to go to hospital and be paid for only 20,000 or even less in a year. You get covered a lot of these things that can bring your business down. Yeah, but if you don't have the partners who talk to you and ask you, how is your business going? How are you managing risks? Who's supporting you to mentor you on this journey? Can we link you up to some of the people we are talking to on this journey? Then it's going to be very difficult. So, but just to challenge you guys, you're not the victims. You are here as winners. Adopt that mentality. And I think together we can go far.
Yeah, that's excellent. Get the right partner. So I'm going to allow us to have some closing remarks, yeah? And how I want you to do it is that I'd like you to give a little bit of advice. Keyword there is a little bit, yeah? A little bit of advice to an SME that's here today and is just thinking, where do I even start? Alongside answer his question on how on the panel.
Thank you, Nyawira. So for me, the first thing is I have great respect for every entrepreneur, because to wake up one morning and decide you want to create something, that takes a lot of strength. So first, to all the people in this room, the people watching us online, the SME that will come through this initiative, you're in the right place. You're doing the right thing. In fact, 50% of the battle is already won because you've started out. That's one. Okay? Yes, you can go ahead and clap for yourselves because that's it. That's it. Second thing then is take a, I like giving examples. If you want to shoot an arrow, okay, and you have a bow, so what happens is you pull back, all right? Then you release the arrow and it flies. So the idea is, how far back are you pulling the arrow? If you want it to go very far, take your time and pull it as far back as possible. And for me to bring that story today to Nairobi, it is what's happening here today. The launch between Old Mutual and Wild and Sandbox, really, it is your opportunity to pull your arrow as far back as possible. Take advantage of the skills, the knowledge. Let me tell you, whether they charge or whether it's free, it doesn't matter. Be so hungry to know and to learn such that you're pulling your bow very far back. To the hiring, what I would say is hire the person, not the skill, not the experience. Not just hire the person, because an example here, again, unfortunate that the person that you got involved with turned out to be whoever they are. Joram said there, Kenyans change, and actually money changes things. But when look for a person who you know I can work with them. They may not be the sharpest in the room. They will get sharp as you move on. Okay, so that's my advice. Then lastly, as entrepreneurs, and I'm one of them, there were a number of people in a beach. They were all in a beach. Each of them had a glass. So the first one went to the beach and just scooped some water and came to where the rest were. So one of the guys asked, "Where did you get the water from?" "I want your water. Put for me some." Then the person told them, "Why? There is a whole ocean of water. Please go get yours." That's the answer about SMEs today. Whatever you're doing, don't worry about whose glass is half full. Those are small ones. There is a whole ocean of people waiting to get distinct solutions, to get their pain points healed. And if you can do that, you are in the money. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Klinon. Tony, I'm just going to pause just for a second. We are going to invite Mr. Japheth Ogalo to come up and give the vote of thanks, as he will be excused immediately after. Don't leave. We are far from done with your sentiments here. So I'm going to ask us to please appreciate Japheth as he comes up. We could get some help with the podium. We could get some help as you're clapping for him as the podium gets help. Yes, it's coming. Don't worry, Japheth. I promise it's coming up. No. You must come up. In fact, come sit where I am as they put up the panel, as they put up the podium. Ah, thank you. There we go. Who runs the world, they ask. There we go. Let's appreciate Japheth Ogalo, who is the MD, Old Mutual General Insurance.
Good morning, everyone. It's been a heavy morning listening to the panelists here and the conversation going on. I think all of us now have an idea of entrepreneurship, one way or the other. But as I step out, because I have another engagement that is already underway, and listening to the panelists, I think my key takeaway for today is intentionality that Joram did speak about. I think that speaks to everything that we do. So whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you are employed, self-employed, or employed in an office, the issue of intentionality cuts across. But my role today is just to give thanks to all of us here. So as Chris did advise us in the morning, the protocol is SME today. So all protocol observed SME. Good morning. As we conclude, or as the panelists conclude their engagement, I believe it's been a remarkable gathering that we have this morning, and I want to extend my gratitude
to each of one for taking their time to be here with us today. Your presence underscores the importance of this event and the critical role of SMEs that they play in driving economic growth in our country. Today is not just about Old Mutual as a financial institution, but it's about listening to you, understanding the needs of our partners, and finding ways to support you in achieving the goals. And if you listen to the discussions here with the panelists, that has been the focal point of the conversation. We have talked about access to financing, risk mitigation solutions, and financial education, three pillars that we believe are essential for the success of SMEs. But beyond that, we are also committed to being part of your journey, not just as a service provider, but as partners invested in your long-term growth and sustainability. To the business owners and representatives who have joined us here today, thank you for sharing your insights and experiences. Your input is invaluable and will guide us as we work together to create solutions that truly addresses the challenges that our SME segment face. To the panelists, you're still going on. I'm not saying that you leave. Who have generously shared their knowledge and perspectives. Your expertise has enriched our discussion and provided us with the valuable insights that will help us shape the future of SMEs. So both as a service provider, financial service provider, and also as a partner to the SMEs. To the media, we thank you for helping us amplify this message and for playing a crucial role in spreading awareness about the importance of empowering SMEs. I also want to thank my colleagues who are here from Old Mutual, my Group Excel peers, and also colleagues from Old Mutual for the work that you've done to make this a success. This is just the beginning. We are excited about the future and the possibility that lies ahead. Together we can shape a brighter, more prosperous future for SMEs across the region. Thank you, and let's continue building this movement together. Asanteni.
Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Chivalry is not dead. Oh, great. Maybe we can get assistance with this as we go to Tony next.
Mine will be very short. You are the answer to someone's prayer. Whatever your business was is the answer to someone's prayer. Don't let God down. Right? That's it. Everything you said is true. Half the work is done because you have started. But the other half is staying true and sticking all the way to the end of it. If a business needs to be closed and started again, if you need to take a year break, take the year break. But then you are the answer to someone's prayer. It's the first thing. The second thing, and I think, man, honestly, we do this one time. We're here once. We are not going to rehab. I don't believe we'll come back as a cow or something. Me, I'm just a one time. I'm not coming back as a Kiambu goat. I'm sorry. This is not an aspiration I have. We're here one time. If you're going to be here one time, so you just do the best you can for yourself, for your kids, right? So put everything you have behind it. And it's so much nicer. Honestly, it's so much nicer to put that thing behind yourself. Put it on yourself. Carry the weight. Be the person that determines where you end up. And I don't think there's any truer form of self-actualization than entrepreneurship. For me, it's the highest form of self-love.
The highest form of self-love is entrepreneurship. It's a strong statement. It's a strong statement. Thank you so much, Tony. Over to you, Julius.
As the corporate type, I think advising entrepreneurs might be the wrong side. But I think mine is two things. Yeah. Be demanding of your partners. It can make a big difference. Yeah. Solutions are there. Is how you package yourself, how you structure yourself, and being in the right forums and support networks can unlock a lot of doors. And that's why Old Mutual is here to kind of demystify and make this language simpler. Sometimes we talk very complex things, DP, domestic package, you're wondering what is this thing, yeah? But there is a language that we can translate, yeah, to understand how that means in your daily life and how that can make your business prosper. Reach out to us. We will engage. Financing solutions are there. Yeah, very creative ones. Linkages to support and business networks are there. Reach out to us. Financial wellness around how to manage your money for now, the future, and how to structure that is there. Securing your medical side, your life side, all these solutions are there. They look like they're expensive, or they look like maybe they're not a necessary expenditure. I can tell you, when you understand why you need to do something in a simple way, makes a difference and secures your business on the rainy day. On the employment, I'll maybe just do a twist, yeah, and say, also be aware of hiring people who are like you. So if you're, yeah, if you're a man, hire ladies. If you're doing makeup, nothing prevents from you hiring men. If you are Gen Z, hire baby boomers. Yeah, and the reason why I'm explaining this is there is all these anecdotes of the car industry, and for a long time it was macho. Yeah, these cars, these many CCs, the engine can go up a hill at 80 kph, and the salesmen in those car showrooms were men. And how Toyota cracked the US market? They just changed. They brought ladies. You know, ladies are not concerned about, you know, how big the engine is. They are looking at the interior, the fabric, the color of the car. Is it safe for me? Is it reliable? Will it break down in the middle of the night? Then I'm stuck. And that brought a whole new market and dominated, helped them dominate. So as an entrepreneur, I think I'll just challenge you guys, as you hire, embrace diversity. Because you'll get great new ideas. People will challenge you when you are misbehaving. Yeah, people will give you opportunities and give you ideas on new markets. And this just helps to grow your business. We talk about diversity on the corporate side, but I think even as an entrepreneur, think about it. How do you mix the team? Yeah, when you have mix of old, young, you know, and all those things, makes your business even prosper better. So maybe that's the only advice I can give.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Julius. So yeah, clap for that. So far the sequence is hire a person, not the skill, but then make sure that person is not you, isn't it? Yeah, so the opposite is important. Go ahead.
For me, it's accountability. I think as entrepreneurs, sometimes we struggle with accountability, and maybe not even to other people, but to yourself. So I remember, like, when I was going through a challenging season in one of my businesses, and I was literally at rock bottom, living out of my friend's house. And I was kind of in that victim mentality and saying, my partner this, my partner that, my partner. But then at the end of the day, you chose the partner, right? And I always say, especially when it comes to choosing your partner, just, it's a joke I keep on saying, that I can't be in a bad marriage in person and then be in a bad marriage in business. I mean, that's crazy, right? So really consider how you choose your partners. Like, take your time. Everyone has a good idea. Everyone looks good on paper. Do your due diligence. And when you make a mistake and you're part of the problem, you need to take accountability. Something else, the last thing is, if you're an entrepreneur and you're very ambitious, and ambitious of global ambition, like you want to be all over the world and you want to be known, or you want to serve everyone, or not everyone, but a specific niche of people across the globe, you need to be ready to fail. It's a given. I don't know if there's any entrepreneur on this panel who has not failed. So you need to know that it's going to happen. It may not be diabolical, it may not be insane, but you know it's going to happen, and it may happen more than once. So you need to know that even before you start. Because when I started, I thought I was going to be a millionaire in like 2 years, 3 years. I'd be living the life, but that didn't happen, right? And now if you know that you're going to fail, I think because of how this space is, it's very porous, and there are a lot of people who are good, they're not good. For me, what really helped me rise up, and this may not be everyone's, it may be not politically correct, but I think it was the God factor. And for me, God has been a really big thing, because when it comes to discernment, there's something that money does. When you start earning money, even if you, you know, I'm looking at Joram, but it does something. You can go to a nice restaurant, you don't have to look at the menu from right to left. You just read what you want, you know, and you take it, right? There's a pride that comes with that. Everybody knows you're with Bill, you know.
In Seattle. Yeah.
You know, and it comes, it happens. And I always say at every level there's another devil. Right? And the devil is always trying to take us down. So if you don't have that, it's extremely difficult. Because then you need that to face the world. Especially if you're coming from up here to down here, where everybody knew you are the CEO of whatever company, and then now you are nothing. And you have to face the world. And because you're an entrepreneur, you have to start again, to start talking to the people in a different business where you failed. And to convince them that, hey, I'm not a crook. Right? And I'm back, and I've learnt my lessons. Yeah, so the God factor is what is going to get you to the end, or to just keep on going. Yeah.
Any advice to hiring?
Advice to hiring, again, for me, it's still the God factor, in the sense that, like he said, don't hire, first of all, people like you. Secondly, with God, you have a bit more discernment. I think so, just from my experience now, because this is not how I was before. But you can almost smell good and bad right now, especially when you mature in business. You get to that point, right? You can read the room very fast. So I think if you have that, you get better at it. So you'll know who to hire. And I also say, one thing that we did in our previous business very well, that I think a lot of even corporates maybe don't do as well, is pay your people well. Like entrepreneurs and just business owners, pay your people well. Don't focus on you earning the most money in the company. Pay them well, because a lot of employees have the mindset of they want to retire, they want to work in one job. I mean, apart from maybe Gen Zs, but a lot of them like stability. So pay them well, so that they can help you grow and focus on what you're really good at, which is taking the company, the vision of the company where it's supposed to go. Yeah.
I like that. Before I get to you, Joram, Tony, did you speak into hiring? No, did you want to? You co-sign all the messages that have been given here. Great. Finally.
Okay. I'll start with don't be afraid of failure. Was that your first failed partnership? Okay, I've had 4. And 2 that have worked. So don't be afraid. Like, just failure in entrepreneurship is a given. For me, failure has actually made me bolder and more willing to take risks. And what I always say is that it's okay to fail. The problem is, don't repeat the mistakes that made you fail last time. So if something didn't work out in a partnership, ask yourself, what should I have looked out for, so that I foresaw what it is that this person ended up doing to me? What should I have done in the due diligence? What can I structure going forward to prevent that happening in a partnership going into the future? And that's also a principle I use in hiring. If I had a failed hiring, I'm like, what could I have foreseen that I needed in that individual, so that next time I don't repeat that? I spend a disproportionate amount of time looking for the right people, because when you get the right people, so I use all forms of background checks, referrals, my own independent homework, and all sorts of things, just to make sure this is a person of integrity, they're good at what they say they do, and they're the kind of person that I can work with. So that's something I spend probably majority of my time on, in building the team. And then finally, again, if there's a company you admire, there are certain things they did to get to where they got to. Be intentional about the company you want to build, and then do the things that will help you get to the company that you want to build. Some of those things will be painful, some will be difficult, some will take a lot of sacrifice, some will take a lot of self-discipline. do not give yourself room for excuses. I find a lot of people give room for excuses of, like right now, oh, government, you know, things are thick. Others, maybe it's where I came from, I did not go to Mangu, so I cannot succeed, or Y Combinator, or all those sorts of things. I don't have a rich uncle, or, you know, capital and all these sorts of things. And this is why majority of human beings do not set up businesses and succeed, because there's every reason for you to fail today in your business if you open your eyes and if you focus on the obstacles. But there's also every reason for you to succeed if you don't give yourself room for excuses. You will overcome all the different barriers. Part of the reason we went international was because I wanted to stop complaining about the local economic environment. If the borders are the problem, go outside the borders. I mean, just be strategic. If there's a problem, overcome it by, you know, taking a step that overcomes the problem. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. Kinnon at the far end. Tony, thank you, Mr. Julius, the lovely Lillian, and of course, Joram. Have you guys enjoyed them? They are so deep, my goodness. Imagine now talking to them one-on-one. It'll even be life-changing. So please let's appreciate them even as they have their seats. Thank you all. Until they leave, you can keep on clapping. Great. So we have, hey, good students, they have sat. We have come to the end of our program today. I would like to thank you all so much for taking your time and being here today. There are a lot of people here who are willing to speak to each other, so please don't be in a hurry to leave. I want to encourage you to stay by telling you that our chafing dishes still have some little bitings inside them. In case you want to have something to eat, I think it's a fast come, fast serve, because you guys clearly ate the breakfast. Let's go and have something. Talk to somebody, preferably not someone you've sat with the whole time. Make a friend, network, build a community. Ask our panelists, they'll be available to answer some of your questions, if not all of them, all right? Have a great rest of the day. And yeah, let's keep the SME Roundtable conversation going. There'll be more information coming your way soon, so please do it. Yeah, thank you, Dominic. You can clap for me also. I've done a good job. Part of this game is believing in yourself. Thank you. So please, let's go outside. Feel free to talk to somebody, network. Don't be a lone ranger, all right?
Mwangi. I work at KEPSA, where we support SME work and corporates as well at large. I really enjoyed and loved the event to discuss SME pertinent issues, matters the SME ecosystem, what SMEs are required to do, what they are not required to do, and a very good and insightful session on Q&A. My parting shot or my takeaway from the session was that intentionality is very, very key for SMEs, because there is a lot of talks in the global space as well as in the national space about SMEs needing to do this and that. There's also opportunities that are being availed by different partners for SMEs, but it is part of SMEs initiatives to be very intentional about what they are doing in their spaces to be able to benefit from these initiatives. Yes, I've not even said what KEPSA.
Hi there, my name is Kenon Bae, the co-founder of Mwalimu Biashara Limited, where we help organizations achieve 3 things. We help you make more money, grow your money, and protect your money. But then sometimes in the journey of an SME, you get tired. You have the right ideas, you wake up every morning to go, create value in your organization. Sometimes then you feel you don't get the right support. That's why it's so exciting to have this initiative from Old Mutual that will help you plug that problem in your business. Join us on the 27th of August from 7 in the morning to 10 in the morning. That is on the official YouTube channel for Old Mutual. See you on the inside.
Hi, my name is Jerome Inamo, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Sandbox International. Sandbox is a business accelerator that works with entrepreneurs just to help them through their different challenges of trying to grow and scale their businesses. And so we bring together many different professional service providers who are entrepreneurs themselves under one roof to help Kenyan entrepreneurs to grow and scale their businesses. Today I'm very excited about what Old Mutual is doing. We have something very exciting coming up where on the 27th of August between 7 o'clock in the morning and 10 a.m. on the Old Mutual YouTube page, we shall be launching something very exciting and transformational that is going to change the lives of entrepreneurs here in Kenya. So I'm looking forward to it, and make sure you're there on that morning with us as we see what we have in store for us.
Everyone, my name is Lo, and I'm the founder of Say Cheese Writers, an online ghostwriting company for thought leaders. Now, I've been an entrepreneur for the last 17 years, and guys, it's been amazing, but it's also had its challenges. One of them for me was actually just not being able to have access to mentors and people to seek advice from, and whenever I had problems, right? And that's why, guys, I am so excited about the Old Mutual initiative that's being launched on the 27th of August between 7 and 10 a.m. on their YouTube channel. Catch it live, guys. See you there.
Hello, my name is Chris Odongo. I'm the CEO of Wild International and a co-founder of the Sandbox. At Wild International, we are very passionate about working with business owners to help them grow and succeed in their businesses. This is because we believe that SMEs are the engine of growth for the economy. We support business owners through business coaching, strategic planning, and access to finance programs. Today, we are proud to partner with the Old Mutual Group to bring to you a set of initiatives that are aimed at helping you grow and achieve the success that you have been wanting. Join us on Tuesday, 27th of August from 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. on the Old Mutual YouTube channel and watch as we unveil this amazing initiative and tools. We are excited to partner with Old Mutual to bring you these resources that can see your business grow and achieve the excellence you deserve. Thank you.
Have you ever thought about the word mutual? Mutual respect, mutual admiration, mutual interests, mutual benefits. It's a little word with big meaning because it describes a state of commonality, of shared experiences or beliefs, and of close relationships. For us at Old Mutual, the word mutual is much more than just a part of our name. It's a promise we make to those we serve. Through our core business activities of gathering capital, investing it on behalf of our customers, and transferring risk, we are working to create a more socially inclusive, resource-efficient, and low-carbon future for all our stakeholders. And it's this that makes us the first choice financial partner for millions of Africans. We understand what is important to people and businesses on the continent and what challenges they face. And they trust us to help them overcome those challenges, protect what is important, and transform their dreams into reality, while constantly evolving how we deliver on our purpose and keep our promises. The reason why we do it is the same today as it was almost 2 centuries ago: to become our customers' first choice to sustain, grow, and protect their prosperity by offering a range of integrated financial services that truly meet the needs of our customers throughout their lifetime, enabling entrepreneurship, embracing diversity and inclusion, supporting financial well-being, and delivering quality education and skills development, so that together we can do great things every day.
We all want to preserve great moments in life, and this is made easier when trusted hands lead the way, opening doors so we can venture out to explore possibilities, refusing to believe the undoable, but always embracing the unthinkable. Inspired thinkers always glued to the possibilities of great futures, embracing challenges with admired hope. A group of good people ready to give you a push as they create, build, and support platforms that steady our feet. Because we believe in new creations that are embraced by all.